What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It'll be that. That is absolutely sublime. An impressive 1-2-1. Whitehead's in the mood. That would be quite funny. This is not funny for Chaz, because that's a 1-2-6.
there he does. Oh, what a shot that is.
3-5 finish and a 3-2 lead. Absolutely excellent from Aaron Turner.
Tops. Not another tops.
Yeah, it is Group C, day one, the first of a double session of darts here on Thursday. It's Series 11, Week 7, live from the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Afternoon, welcome along. 2 sessions today here at the Live Lounge, and it's a fantastic star-filled week. Some of them in action in this group this afternoon, and I've got a star alongside me, back for the first time in a while. Glenn Durrant, how have you been?
Fantastic, but absolutely delighted to be back.
We're delighted to have you as well, and delighted to have you as part of this really star-studded week. Group A, when you looked at it on paper, anybody could have won it, but in the end, Rhys Robinson got the job done.
Yeah, no surprise that Rhys won it, because he's a fantastic player, a wonderful talent, and has been doing these kind of darts for over 15 years, but it was a group littered. Conan Whitehead was brilliant on Monday. It was in the hands of Jimmy Van Ski, but in the end, it was that man that took the prize, and I say Rhys Robinson will be feeling good for Sada.
Yeah, he had to win that last match to pip Jimmy Van Ski at the post. In terms of the table, Robinson on top of it. Van Ski falls into Group B after missing out on the opportunity. Chaz Barstow in third place. Jared Cole, Conan White and Thomas Banks, who did manage to get a win after struggling this week yesterday. They all go into Group C, and we'll show you now who they're going to be joining in the action this week, or who's going to be joining them. Steve Plumstead, Aaron Turner and James Richardson coming into Group C. And in Group B, Daryl Fitton, the long-awaited return of Bo Greaves. And Glenn, a familiar name in Jamie Durrant, your nephew back here.
Yeah, travelled with him last night as well. Comes with a different mentality. I think he feels like he can do some damage this time, where he's had that experience previously. But another group of death. I didn't dare tell him it was in that group there, but it'll be super exciting.
You'll be commentating on him tonight, but let's focus on this afternoon. And first of all, Jared Cole, who won his week in the previous series, showed some good things in Group A, and he's got every chance of making it through to finals night again. Yeah,
he's a great player. He's on the back of representing his country in the WDF system, and yeah, he produces darts like that. So aesthetically pleasing to look at. Round about that mid-80 averages, you know, there's more in the locker from him. I expect him to qualify from Group C.
Of the players coming into this group, is James Richardson the front runner?
He is, in one sense. He's got the experience. He's been captivating here at the Modus Super Series, and the thing with James, when you stand behind him, you don't know if he's going to do that 160 finish like that. You don't know if he's got a little 70 average. He can be a little bit unpredictable. Maybe that first game will determine how he will do.
The bookies certainly see James Richardson and Jared Cole as the most likely to qualify from this group. This is the betting for winning the group. Cole favourite, Richardson second favourite, then Conan Whitehead on their tails at 11-4. Aaron Turner and Steve Plumstead 11-1. Thomas Banks the outsider, understandably at 33-1. How many horses are in this race, Glenn?
3. I'm going to go, and unfortunately it's the 3 that's come through. I'm a big fan of Aaron Turner. He's been at Lakeside the past 3 years. You know, he's a big-time player. I'd like to see him to do it over the consistently. For Plumstead, Thomas Banks would normally be head and shoulders. He's going through a rough time right now. Fingers crossed he finds something today. But for me, it's 2 out of them top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. Thomas Banks does feature in the first match of the day. Takes on the Isle of Wight Steve Plumstead, returning to the Super Series. And Glenn had a little catch-up with him earlier on.
Steve, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's 18 months since you've last been here. What are your memories from January 2024?
Just smiling for the whole week, I think. It was just a really good experience last time. I opened my place, qualified over a really long period, had a long wait after being given a date to come on, so it was just all about enjoying it back then.
Good stuff. And expectations of this week, it's a Group C campaign. You've been there before, finished 4th last time. A competition maybe you might fancy your chances today?
Yeah, definitely. So last time was more of an experience. This time I think I've been around better players, sort of locally and playing WGF and stuff. So I think my time's come to sort of give it a big bash rather than just being here for the experience.
I have to ask you about that WDF as well. I've noticed you've been to Iceland, a runner-up there. What's the reason? Is it the feel of that famous lakeside?
I just like a holiday, really. No, the main goal is getting to Lakeside next year. This year's just getting to know a few people and knowing a few venues and just doing a bit of travelling. But next year it'll be a big push next year to reach Lakeside.
Opening match today. Any nerves?
Sweaty palms, but not too bad. It's very hot in here, so we'll just see how we go.
Great to see you back, Steve. All the very, very best.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, great to see Steve Plumstead back at the Super Series. He certainly, when he first qualified, actually travelled land and sea to make sure he got his dream of playing on this stage, and he's a very welcome returnee to the Live Lounge. Thomas Banks, well, he has been trying to navigate his way through choppy waters this week. No hiding the fact that he's had that problem with dartitis, hoping that he's playing his way out of that by appearing on the stage this week. 30-year-old from Fareham, Plumstead, moved over from the Isle of Wight. Thomas Banks, 18 years of age. Winner, of course, on the Super Series stage before, as was every single player in that Group A. A remarkable group that he took part in. You have to give him credit for the way that he's trying to deal with things. Jack Garwood, the referee, overseeing proceedings today.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first.
So it's Steve Plumstead's return. It's also Glenn Durrant's return. What are you expecting from this game here?
Well, if you ask me the question...
60.
Yeah, if you'd have asked me the question in October 2024 when Thomas Banks was winning the ADC Nationals, beating Gary Stone in the final, I think I'd only have one straightforward answer. So it's been a tough watch seeing Thomas in that brutal Group A campaign.
54.
On the positive, I think it's a good start for him against Steve Plumstead. You can see starting on the 19s. That was a strategy he started using on Tuesday as well. The word dartitis has been used this week for him, and at 18-year-old, it's quite heartfelt the way the players have been responded to him. But I think inside Thomas won't want that. So a crucial game. His practice starts, Chris, looked great. He looked more relaxed than he did on Monday, Tuesday. Settled a little bit on Wednesday. So fingers crossed. But Steve's got to concentrate and focus on his game.
92.
We saw him on yesterday in particular,
100.
spending a lot of time on the 19s.
Steve require 154.
There was a massive improvement, and hopefully he carries on that scale. Speaking to him backstage, he feels like the only way is to play through it. And you have to give him enormous credit, because many would hide away and try and do it behind closed doors. He's willing to do it in front of the cameras.
26. Steve requires 60.
Bit to add to that, as Steve's come up the traps nicely. And can you see out this opening leg? And just the way that understacking first dart was just begging for the second dart to sit tightly. And a lot of the talk in that opening leg was about Banks and his trials and tribulations in Group A.
Game on.
Plumstead got on with his job, and a very professional holder throwing 17 darts.
59.
Well, Glenn, plenty's been going on here at the Modus Live Lounge since you were last here.
57.
Honourable mentions, really, to the Women's Week that we had recently. Gemma Hayter coming out on top, and then the World Seniors event. Ross Montgomery winning the Champion of Champions, adding that to his World Championship win.
I think it's a great story. Ross Montgomery, someone I often scratch my head at because he's a wonderful competitor. Didn't always get the rub of the green, and the old BDO system certainly was going to Lakeside, and to be the World Seniors champion and then back up the Champion of Champions, and Yeah, that's a good story in itself. And the women's series, I'm just a big fan of everything that's going on. And I think with Gemma Hayter winning it, I think it's also her birthday today. So many happy returns, Gemma.
41.
Don't get the birthday shout-outs on Sky Sports, do you?
58.
Yeah, and also since I was last here, Jensen Walker as well, and his success. And I've just been looking at the CV of Thomas Banks, and such a wonderful youth player representing his country.
Steve
Some big
Require,
wins.
164.
And his pairs partner, Jensen Walker.
We saw the beauty of the way Plumstead
44.
starts land when he took out that 60 check-out in leg on. We saw the problem there, that he left one sort of dangling over the treble, and then in his determination to try and slot one underneath, ended up deflecting. And that's just opened the door to Banks in this leg. Although a 120 finish is perfect for him, isn't it? Oh. Just flick the flight, that.
Thomas, you
I
require
might have been away
50.
for a while, but nothing changes, Chris, when you analyse that one going in. But it's a big chance here. It's tops of 1-1.
10. Steve, you require 40.
So put a little bit of distance and a breaker throw up for Plumstead. It's been a lovely
On the
start.
second leg,
Quality
Steve
finish
Plumstead.
there from Steve. He's a player I was just sort of watching in practice, just watching him around. He has had that experience here, which he said has really benefited him. He's had wins in his last Group C campaign. He finished 4th with 4 wins on that. But for Thomas Banks, I was watching him practice, Chris, and his darts were coming out very fluently. But it's just when someone says to your game on when you're going through this is a much better
96.
throw. And do you know, I think for Thomas right now, he just probably needs an arm on his shoulder to see the positives from Monday to what he's doing right now, rather than focusing on the issues that he's had.
Yeah, the release is much better. He's
60.
not deliberating like he was in the early part of the week as much. And I suppose, in many ways, if that's all he can come out of this week with, then that's a positive step, isn't it? Forget about the performances. Forget about the results in a way. Just feel like you can throw your darts how you want to throw them.
And you've just touched on it there with that word 4 letters, feel. And I think very early, analysing what he's doing, he just needs to go a little bit of middle for diddle, because on Monday it was a little bit deliberate. I think at times it's coming out of his hands too quickly, almost like he can't wait to get. He's gone from one extreme to the other.
94.
If he could just get a win in this opening game, let me tell you, he goes back to the Players' Lounge and he relaxes. Then all of a sudden things are rosy. The problem he's got is his opponent's doing a very professional job at the moment. 2 from 2 on the outer ring for Plumstead as well. He's just getting on with the job.
It could have been one apiece.
44.
Banks did have those 2 darts at tops himself. Leaves 164 against the Plumstead throw.
60. Thomas, you require 164. 98. Steve, you require 127.
Excellent set of play from Banks. He'll hope to be back for Route 66, but treble 19 would have given an opportunity for Plumstead. So Banks
55.
to really
Thomas,
settle him down in this match.
66. Game shot on the third
Fantastic.
leg. Thomas Banks.
There is the super settler from Thomas Banks. 66 taken out to halve the deficit and break the throw
Fourth
as well.
leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
That throw looks lovely.
177.
That throw looks measured. And the precision was absolutely perfect. The confidence is growing right now for Banks. How will Plumstead respond?
92. $60.
Yeah, you touched on that word feel. And I just think the darts are just feeling. I think this Group C, Group A was difficult.
140.
Thomas Banks was losing games, then his next game, Rhys Robinson, then his next game, Jimmy Van Skee. Right now he's up against players.
140.
He'll feel confident again, and he's growing, he's maturing. This would be an interesting turnaround for Thomas.
41.
And also, I mean, you
Thomas
mentioned that
124.
Steve Plumstead needs to focus on his own game. And I suppose every player has that little thing as well, don't they? Where Thomas was so far adrift in Group A, they're expected to beat him, and that could also be in his favour.
And the only thing to add to that is not Thomas Banks
44.
isn't
Thomas
playing like he was on the
68.
Monday. So Plumstead, I think that has gone away from him. It's tops for 2-2.
48.
We'll return with 3 clear at a double, with Plumstead outside finishing range after a dozen. He's going to be tapping Thomas on the shoulder, though.
100. Thomas, you require 20.
Yeah, the doubles have been good. But when you're not winning games, that double tension
Game's
gets
on the
smaller
full
and
flag.
smaller.
Thomas
But Thomas Banks, a proven winner, an excellent young player, a rising star.
Fifth flag.
And
It's
he's gone
Steve
through
to
it this
vote
week.
first.
And look at the nod. He wasn't doing that this week. The shoulders were sagging. He fell down. He probably felt a little bit embarrassed about what he can do.
41. $140.
Confidence. That's the one word, Chris. And winning games, that breeds that. He will be buzzing inside
59.
right now.
It's really good stuff, this. Upped his average for the day to about 75 yesterday. He's
100.
averaging a couple more points than that in this one today. And you have to be honest, if he does manage to get back up to that sort of 80, 85
100.
mark, then his perseverance would have paid off, won't it? It would have been very easy to fold this week.
81.
He's gone from seeing that treble 20 like it's closing, going down to treble 90 was a clear indication that he's not feeling it. Things are going wrong. But fair play to Plumstead.
108.
That is a response and a half. Super dart, Steve.
Yeah, the timing of it absolutely sublime as well. And it just puts the pressure on Banks, which
45.
maybe shows
Steve
a little bit.
require 121.
Suddenly Steve is favourite for the leg. A leg that Banks was racing away with.
A competitive game. Feels like we've
43.
talked an awful
Thomas,
lot
you
about the
require
trials and tribulations of Banks,
135.
but Plumstead have enjoyed this performance, and he will be back for this 78. He was leading this match 2-0. He was
71.
pegged back.
Steve requires
And it's
78.
expect at least a dart or a double. Got to hit the single. Treble is the bonus. Double 12 for a 3-2 lead. Big dart.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Steve Plumstead.
Finishing has been absolutely superb.
Sixth flag. It's Thomas to throw first. 45. $59. 54.
Yeah, 3 from 4, Stephen Plumstead. But he hasn't given Banks a chance. Every time he's gone to the hockey and he's had a go at a double, he's gone to 0.
92.
He looks a little tight in the shoulders, but when he sees a double, he's seen it magnificently well. This is it's been 18 months since Steve was last here. He talked very
60.
confidently. Like I said, it felt like an awful lot of the chat was about Thomas Banks in this game. But I like this performance from Plumstead.
140.
He's getting better and better.
What to admire about that of Banks as well. I think both players will be pretty happy when they leave the stage. Thomas Banks, of course, wants to win, but he's got other ambitions as well, just in terms of his
60.
development and his performance levels. He will be quite satisfied to have put in a decent-ish display in his first
57.
match.
Steve
Steve
require
Plumstead will be quite
150.
satisfied to get the job done, should he do so.
Yeah, the players don't have family and friends to go back to, so they'll have to sort of self-motivate themselves, certainly in relation to Thomas Banks anyway.
58.
But yeah, I would love to pop it in there and give him a big well done. Can he leave this 185? Needs a treble.
95.
the treble.
Steve require
But a
92.
chance for Plumstead to take this opener.
Well, it puts it in the balance. Treble 17 needed now. Banks should be getting a dart, at least a bullseye when he comes back. The story hasn't ended yet here.
29.
Now watching the promo
Thomas, you
earlier,
require
Banks
90.
celebrating wildly when he beats Scott Mitchell. If it's 90 goes and give himself a chance, it is the bullseye.
65. Steve requires
Options on
63.
this. For Stevie P, 18. Leaves 32.
31.
And for once, he does
Thomas,
fail to
required
take out a
25.
finish.
Them finishers are going in Group A.
Game shot on the
Thomas
sixth
Banks
leg.
this time
Thomas
is
Banks.
getting an opportunity, and fair play to the young man. This has been a really enjoyable opening game, competitive.
7 from final leg. It's Steve to throw first.
The importance of throwing
Game on.
first for Steve. How crucial will that be?
Aaron Turner and Conan Whitehead waiting in the wings to take to the stage after this one.
100.
Turner, of course, made it through to finals night when he appeared on the live lounge stage for the first time last series.
140.
Yeah, we have this fascination about numbers, statistics, and this has been a good old battle royal, hasn't it? It's just,
95.
if you want to get those 2 points underway, it's an incredible settler. And it's swung both ways.
25.
But an opportunity for Plumstead. He's 30 points ahead plus these.
$99. $95.
Still in it, still fighting. Which way will it go? This is just the first of 25 matches we're going to bring you today. 15 this
59.
afternoon, 10 tonight.
What a dart. What a dart. What a setup.
171. Stevie require 148.
Another. What an end to this game it could have been. What an end to the game it still
85.
might be.
Thomas, you require
Steve Plumstead
70.
looked like he had it all wrapped up. But Banks may be the robber here.
Game shot.
Oh,
And the match.
what
Thomas
a way
Banks.
to win it from Thomas Banks, who you just have to take your hat off to. He's been struggling all week, but he's produced a burst towards the end of that match. And the final 5 darts were absolutely sublime. A 171 to set up the 70 checkout. It's brilliant by Banks, who picks up the points in the opening match of the day. A 4-3 success over Steve Plumstead to put himself with an early victory and diminish some darting demons. Turner takes on Whitehead next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And what an absorbing contest for Thomas Banks in his opening game. He's had his difficult time in Group A, but he showed real tenacity and fight to win that opening game. Follow that, Game 2. And for the first time of the week, it's Aaron Turner. I know that Laura's listening, so I will say the partner of Laura Turner against Conan Whitehead in that Group A was topping the table in Group A. And usually Conan's a fabulous front runner, but just sort of petered away, which will have disappointed for him. But he's so experienced on that stage now, is Conan Whitehead, that he'll have been in this situation before. And he's got the talent, he's got the know-how how to get through this Group A. But it's a tricky opening game, Chris, for Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, it certainly is. Turner was fantastic last time he was here. Made it through this group, got himself through to finals night.
First leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
And he actually lost 4-3 in both of his group games. Could have easily made it to the semi-finals. But at the moment, Laura still has the bragging rights in that family because she's been to a final, of course.
You wouldn't have thought so. The messages I've had from her this morning, even a screen print of my head-to-head with Aaron, which is not good reading for me. But yeah, a good guy. He even nearly stole my nickname as well. He's took the double Z at the end. But player who's played at Lakeside
140.
the past 3 years, a very popular player as well.
And if you haven't watched the Turner's Tungsten Talk, where they're both in conversation with Henry Deacon, then please make sure you look out for that on the Pluto TV channel. Good fun.
60.
But for Conan Whitehead, a massive scorer.
108.
Those incredible darts that he uses, they feel like and even look like javelins. We're watching him practicing before the game, where he was thrown off way before the hockey as well. So a very relaxed, a different character in the players area. He's not the biggest of practices. You'll get some of those players where they're never off the dartboard. So someone like Thomas Banks has won his opening game and straight back on the dartboard. For Conan Whitehead, it'll be all right on the night style of just gets up there, and his practice is when he's on that hockey.
It could go for a 10-dart finish here.
95.
You're reading my mind.
50.
.44 remaining. So a 10 becomes a minimum of a 12.
34.
He will return anyway. It didn't really matter.
Yeah, I think we've seen him do that many times with one dart in his hand, so it was no surprise. I just missed the boring sat here as you just want to get underway. Nice little 11 darter.
60.
Get the win
Turning
under your belt.
requires 16.
You can prove me wrong. Here with double 8.
Game shot in the first
Does
leg.
exactly.
Conan
Started
Whitehead.
lovely on Monday. Like I said, overnight to put himself in that good position. And like I say, he's been here so
Second
many
leg,
times.
it's
He
Conan
knows
to
it's a
throw
new
first.
competition today.
Question for you, Glenn. I'm going to ask you to put yourself in the mind of Conan Whitehead. Would he have looked at those odds before today, seen himself as third favourite,
43.
and found that a little bit disrespectful?
Maybe not disrespectful. I think based on the fact that he was averaging low to mid-70s yesterday, you can understand. He finished with a couple of mid-80 averages, but a man of his background, his talent,
69.
anything to really motivate him. He is, a big guy to look at there, but I think he has a real heart of a lion. He might just use that as real internal motivation. And
140.
his scoring is absolutely fine in this game. He is putting some terrific numbers here again. It could have been so much better with that bullseye finish.
Yeah, if he can use it as fuel, then watch out, because if he does get the bit between his
25.
teeth, he's well capable of racing through a card. He's been known to do that before. The Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead.
100.
Now halfway through Series 11, can you believe it?
$59.
You just expect him to fill him with the first one.
98.
Like I said, after that first, that'd be a slight disappointment, but then you look at the scoreboard and he's got this leg, and dare I say, a match in the palm of his hands early doors here, Conan. He's come out fighting.
Yeah, Turner struggling so far.
60.
Hasn't really
Conan,
settled.
you require 120.
Just a couple of three-figure visits. What a dart that is from Conan Whitehead. It does have to move across the octagon, finishes like 120 because his darts are so long and stand up. He can hit the bullseye and block tops.
Yeah, we're talking about the positives of that really skinny dart on his grouping and his treble 20s and his big 180 scoring, but you're absolutely right. He had to manoeuvre your opponent on 288. Still very much in their hands.
Conan, you require 35.
Conan Whitehead, pop, pop.
Double 16. Shake of the head in the background from Turner, who finds himself trailing 2-0. Whitehead winning each of the first couple of legs with ease. Potentially halfway through this match and averaging 96.97. A much, much better start today.
Yeah, just mopping his brow, but let me tell you, the conditions are there in there this afternoon are absolutely perfect. Just went on the stage just to remind myself of that.
46.
It is one of the dart players absolutely love that stage, that throw, everything about it.
140.
Looks so comfortable. Looks like he belongs.
And if he's used that strategy of not practicing like the other ones, it's almost like you're standing there thinking, I've been practicing, I've gone through my routines. He's sat there, not lifted his dart, and then he gets up and produces a performance like this. The best three darts of the match for Aaron.
24.
And it can change as quickly as that.
Well,
now those are the best three darts of the match for Aaron. So suddenly, Turner's turned it on.
95. Aaron, you require 170.
Well, he did start fairly slowly, Aaron Turner, but he is doing a lot of ADC stuff and was involved in a vault last night that he won. So you'd have hoped to come out the traps a little bit quicker, but the beauty of the Modus Super Series is that you get opportunities in this best of 7. And these 70 points to really get
Aaron,
back in this game, hold the throw, and really settle him down.
Double top to get into this match.
30.
Wasn't far away. He will hope to be back.
142.
Yeah, great camera angle there, how flat his darts are. But he will be back. He'll be delighted when he turns around. Good board management here from Conan. A stunning last dart. Puts
Aaron,
all the pressure on this tops for Turner.
Game shot on the third
Takes
leg.
out double 10.
Aaron Turner.
Just stops the Whitehead charge and puts himself in the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Yeah, just a little mutter there from Conan.
96.
That treble 20 be happy. He's settled nice. Still averaging over 95 in this game. But Aaron Turner on the back of that double 10 is now finding the treble 20 more regular.
125.
This is much more of a contest. The opening game of this Group C went the distance of 7 legs. This could be a real tight affair today.
60. $31.
Coming next, James Richardson, Jared Cole, the other two players in this group, and actually the two favourites, according to the odds compilers.
100.
Yeah, big night of darts as well tonight. Bo Greaves is in town. And with Jimmy Van Schie in that Group B.
45.
Can't wait for that.
$108.
Second of the match. Scoring has been a real delight in this game. Turner did have glimpses midway through that third leg, but this whole game has been dominated by the scoring power of Conan Whitehead. Can he see it out for a 3-1 lead?
It's a 7, so 18 for tops.
25.
And he's just reasserting that dominance, isn't he? Reasserting that authority in the contest after Turner made his mark by winning the previous leg.
Yeah, this is a frustration of a dart player when you know the leg's pretty much gone. You should move away from this.
115.
Sensible play.
Conan, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
Mattered
flag.
not a jot
Conan
as Whitehead took out tops to lead 3-1 and move within one.
Fifth flag, it's
of an opening
Aaron
win.
to throw first.
Yeah, we've got some couple of beautiful throws in this group. See, Conan Whitehead, I'm a big fan of him. With Jared Cole coming up next. Sometimes they make the game look ridiculously easy. You can just see Conan Whitehead just in the background, just looking up to the
70.
heavens. Can he put the afterburners on for a quick-fire victory?
Perfectly pitched first start. He can group them when he sticks those long points in that treble.
108.
And he fills it up
He
for a third maxi of the match. Thumbs up. Was that for you, Glenn?
Well, I was just looking at his stance and throw and actually caught him in my highlights. I do apologise, Conan, that. Please don't score 26.
Well, hang on. You better look again if this gets filled up. You're off the hook.
140.
But he's happy enough with the 140 and getting rid of Aaron Turner in double quick time here.
I'm not looking, Conan. I'm not looking. But this has been a good looking performance from Conan Whitehead. Dominant. Big scoring being the real basis of this. Is he moments away from victory? The kiss from that first dart. He's looking at the right hand side of that treble 20. Turner needs a big one.
$76. Conan, you require 126.
Well, we've seen this for Thomas Banks earlier this week. You're not going to see it this time from Conan Whitehead, but plan B, as he just stops with 117 left. Sensible play, back down to treble 19. Good play
86.
from Conan Whitehead. Excellent
Aaron,
set
you
of play.
require 170.
It's the real Hail Mary from Aaron Turner.
Not going to happen. Whitehead wants tops for a 4-1 victory in his first game of Group C.
100. Conan, you require 40.
Well, he's been stylish. It's been an
Game
absorbing
shot and the
contest, but the
match,
basis
Conan
was
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead's power scoring in that game. He will be delighted with that performance. He was in that Group A campaign, and you can see with the little fist bump, plenty of work to do for Aaron Turner. And as we know, Conan Whitehead certainly knows where that camera is. And with that type of performance there, he will be delighted. 98.60 for Conan Whitehead. That's championship winning form from Conan as we move on to game 3. It's the two favourites. It's James Richardson against Jared Cole next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Skaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
ahead.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skaife.
And welcome back to Pluto TV for the Modus Super Series, where we have just witnessed a splendid performance from Conan Whitehead. The type of performance that puts him right into contention. Big smiles on his faces as we move on to match number 3. And the two favourites, the two main protagonists in this Group C. Jared Cole, we've already seen in Group A this week. Just a real delightful player to watch. Real expectation coming into this Group C campaign. He went in as a red-hot favourite to qualify against James Richardson, who is just a great player to watch. Fast, can be absolutely sensational. Just maybe, does he have the consistency? How's his game right now? But this is a real cracker of a game. And I think, Chris, the winner of this one, even though it's only game 1 on the Thursday, will really fancy their chances. They'll have seen the betting, they'll have realised, and this is a big opportunity to lay down a marker.
Yeah, I think James Richardson actually might feel he needs to win one of his first 2 matches. He takes on Cole and Whitehead in his first 2 games.
First leg, it's James to throw first.
Because if
Game
he
on.
loses both of those, he's kind of got no margin for error for the rest of the day, and really could find himself playing catch-up, where Cole doesn't take on Whitehead till his last game of the day.
43.
It's interesting because, I've had... Last night, I had 5 hours in the car with Jamie Durrant, who plays in Group B tonight, and at that point,
140.
he knew his opening game was tonight. I didn't think the players would focus. So if you're in the position of James Richardson, I guess
140.
a real positive slant as that is get the 2 main players in my first 2 games, or probably the view I'd have took with. That's a real stinker of an opener, and maybe would have fancied a game to just ease himself back here at the Modus Super Series.
81.
Who did the driving?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's me these days. I used to have a driver now.
96.
But he was good company, super excited, and yeah, what a week. He said he looked at the players and couldn't believe what he was looking at.
96.
I think whoever wins it this week, Chris, will become one of the main favourites for the...
Yeah, and interestingly, Bo Greaves, the favourite with the bookmakers at a week this strong. It just shows how highly regarded she is in the game.
141.
141 for Richardson here. not going to go. So Cole will come back looking at 127.
81. Jared, you require 127.
It's been a tidy start from both. Treble 19 needed. So Richardson just has a little nervous
55.
look down.
James, you
Delight
require
when he
60.
sees up, stay straight with the first.
Having to move across despite that dart being in the
40.
one segment.
Jared, you require 72.
Never had any confidence. He was fidgety. Jared would have picked up, and then that's a sublime dart again.
James
That
Shaw,
is
the
a
first
wonderful
leg.
finish.
Jared Cole.
James Richardson just messed around on that 60 finish. You could see he didn't stay straight with the first one.
Second
was
leg,
moving
it's Jared
to and fro.
through first.
And then to see your opponent ping a 72 finish like that. Advantage call.
108.
Yeah, brilliant from Jared Cole. Following up that really clinical 72 with a
41.
maximum to pile the pressure on Richardson here. Well, I think he should be allowed to pick that back up and throw it in, shouldn't he?
It's been a while since I've been here. Come on, Jared. Oh, what a response. Now you can understand why these two were the big favourites with the bookies going into this Group C campaign. But Cole will be feeling really good about himself. 100 plus these darts. One treble you feel would be enough to make him a huge favourite in this second leg.
Yeah, 101 when he returns. It's a really good
95.
convincing
Jared,
start from Jared
101.
Cole. Makes sense to go for the ball when Richardson's
61.
not on a finish, so the worst outcome is going to be that he leaves a double.
But there will be pressure. But how much pressure?
125.
Well, he leaves at least the two dart to James
Jared, you
Richardson, so
require
he's done his
40.
job. Jared Cole.
Gabe Shonner's second
That was
leg.
always my
Jared Cole.
concern for Jared Cole. If he can get his finishing right, even in the Group A campaign, he was the weakest of the six. Looking
Third
at
leg, it's James to
the
throw
doubles
first.
ratio.
Game on.
But it smiles all round right now. 2 from 3 on the outer ring for Jared Cole. He's laying down his own marker.
And you say, Glenn, that whoever
96.
wins this group will be one of the favourites for Champions Week. But I tell you what, the lineup for Champions Week this time around is looking like being one of the best we've ever had. 6 players through so far. Shane McGurk,
140.
a world champion. Scott Taylor, a former Super Series champion. John O'Shea, a former world master. Adam Gavlas, a former world youth
80.
finalist. Jeff Smith, a former Lakeside finalist. And Andy Hamilton, a former PDC world finalist.
Beauty.
46.
And I often send you a photograph of me on Saturday night in my garden room watching the finals night, and that's tasty. I'm a huge fan of Scott Taylor.
100.
I think he can do what if he prepares correctly. But great to see the WWF World Champion in there as well.
78.
Andy Hamilton rolling back the years there. Jeff Smith will take some beating. Absolutely, can't wait.
And plenty of names worthy of joining that list in action
55.
this week. Richardson leaves the fish, but Cole just needs one treble to join him on a finish.
57. James, you require 107.
Said he's the type of player who can produce magic, but it's not this time on the 170.
44.
And that return, you see him head just dip down a little bit, because what that's done now is effectively brought Jared Cole back into this leg. Can he find a treble?
60. James, you require 126. $58. Jared, you require 120.
Yeah, 6 disappointing darts for Richardson when he had this leg firmly in his control. Jared Cole, this will feel a bit of a freebie. You can see that style of dart himself has to move. Does he have to move again? Top left-hand corner of the tops.
100. James, you require 68.
It certainly seems the more comfortable of the pair. Richardson should have had the first poke at a double in this leg, and he might only get one dart at a double in the leg.
36.
And it's unfortunate that he actually
Jared, you
laid down a
require
marker
20.
to deflect off into the double, but it deflected off and away from the double.
Game shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
Once again, I'll reiterate the point. If Jared Cook can get those doubles going,
Full flag, it's Jared to throw first.
he will feel extremely confident in getting through this extremely competitive Group C, doing exactly what he needs to at the moment. Can he see out this match?
45. $125. $99.
Yeah, we've been doing some analysis of throws. Had a look at a couple of fantastic players, but I'm a big fan of Jared Coles. He is a real student of the game. Sometimes maybe can overthink, but I see that as a real Rolls Royce throw.
100.
It's simple, it's effective, great rhythm.
100.
And a decent spotter as well.
Well, it does pose a problem when he qualifies for Champions Weeks, because as Glenn just alluded to, he
49.
works behind the scenes at the Super Series as a spotter. And last time he qualified, we had to go through the rotor and change everything.
42.
Get the number 2 spotter in.
$96. James, you require 134.
Chance for Richardson. Many players are starting on the 18s on the 1-3-4 now. He'd have gone tops after that. But just like very reminiscent of the previous leg.
84. Jared, you require 112.
Slightly disappointed, but that last dart has put Richardson in a good position, but a chance for Cole. Needs the treble 19 though if he's going to see out this game. Gets the treble 19.
74.
One missed dart,
James,
come and gone.
50.
Well, Richardson's looked a little bit awkward when it's come to the end of legs. He's got 2 darts at double this time, only having had 1 on each occasion before. But it makes
34.
no difference.
Jared, you require 38.
Not the performance James Richardson wanted to start his campaign. It was a tough start against Jared Cole. It's double 16 for a wonderful start and a 4-0 victory. It's double 8.
30. James, you require 16. Game shot on the full flag.
So,
James Richardson.
Richardson stays in it. And it's not over till it's over. That was a break of throat.
5th flag, it's James to throw first.
Yeah, and as a dart player as well, when you're already putting your dart case together to go back to the players area and you get that second
43.
opportunity, sometimes you can get that relaxation that you're searching for. But that's not the opening start for James Richardson, and he won't like it when he turns round about now.
108.
Very, very good way to put the previous leg behind you. Jared Cole opening with his
26.
second 180 of this tie.
Well, he loves a 9.
99. $100.
Not on this occasion, but he's well on course to get the win here in the same fashion that Conan Whitehead did against Aaron Turner a game ago.
Yeah, the first match was all about match play. Thomas Banks coming through, a real thriller of a game. Conan Whitehead laid the foundations down, averaging over 98.
164.
Jared Cole has been the best player in this game by a country mile. Couldn't see out for a 4-0 victory.
59.
Just once again, he'd be slightly disappointed opening the door ajar to James Richardson.
Yeah, he was trying to go for the bullseye 25 to leave himself on a 2-darter.
168.
And 3 big trebles.
Jared, you require 105.
I've just really put the pressure on his shoulders here. Great dart, though.
81.
Wild with the last.
James, you require 24.
He looks a little bit shocked. James Richardson just seems to be in that zone. Almost like not sensing the trials and tribulations that Jared Cole's got to see out this game. Just the first real sign of negativity there for Jared. But for any dart player, if you offered the chance to serve out for the match, you'd take it. But Richardson, with a big score, he is right back in the mix.
95.
Thomas Banks, Aaron Turner next. Banks, of course, with a brilliant win in his opening game against Steve Plumstead. Turner went down 4-1 to Conan Whitehead. Then Cole will return to take on Plumstead, and Richardson will meet Whitehead in game 6 of this afternoon's 15 fixtures.
50,
Tonight from 10, the return of Bo Greaves to the Super Series. Last time she played a Group B, she won every single match in it and then won every single match on finals night.
Yeah, what a player. James Richardson, we've just about with that score of 41, just seems to be looking round, missed opportunity.
85.
That last dart was a real saviour for Cole. He is crawling over the winning line.
$170.
We feel that Jared needs to find something decent here. At least one treble required. Can't get it.
James
Suddenly, Richardson is in the race to turn this around. Bullseye for starters. Treble 20 would leave him bullseye for dessert. But he can't quite complete the main course.
46. Jared
Again,
required
he just
140.
doubted himself what he needed there. Didn't help him. And Jared Cole is going to get another match dart.
120.
The width of the wire
James
away from a
required
showstopper
89.
to stop the show. Richardson says the show must go on. And it does, right down to the final act. Richardson found himself 3 behind, but he's won 3 on the spin to cause a last leg shootout in which he has the darts.
Jared Cole looks shell-shocked at the back of that rocket. He needs to find
45.
something. He's getting another opportunity because James Richardson went favourite for the match. Well, Jared Cole, this is where champions are made.
140.
Started legs so comfortably, hasn't he? And Richardson's had to rally during them, just like this.
140.
What a scrap. It looked all so easy for Jared Cole. It was almost like James Richardson was resigned to going back to the players area with a 4-0 defeat, but he's fought back like James Richardson does. You can just see him scrapping for his darts. He's feeling it.
85.
He's old enough and wise enough to know that it's never over until the winning double is hit. James Richardson's played in this format as much as anyone.
140.
Jared Cole is on the back of representing his country in the Six Nations where it's one leg at a time. I'm wondering if that went through the mind of Jared Cole. He had to break the throw of James Richardson.
Jared, you require 81.
Both down to a finish. Jared Cole, 81 points. Remember, he led this match 3 legs to 0. He cannot finish, but he can leave it pretty.
49.
Over to you, James Richardson.
31.
Treble 17 he's going to go for, and surely now tops. Over the top. Cole comes back.
51.
Oh, and that last start's a bit silly, really.
32.
Frustration, but you could see exactly what he thought about. This has been a roller coaster. He led 3-0. Can he get over the winning line?
16. James,
Well, now that dart
80.
really matters. Missed the board entirely. Should be on 60 with 3 darts. Not sure what he went for there. Kind of split the difference. And it all came down to missing
16.
in the previous visit.
All just got a little bit messy. You can see the frustration behind. Is it jubilation for Jared? Creeping closer. And he gets there in the end with a real wonder dart to win the game. And match that Jared Cole led by 3 legs to 0. You can see as he's looking, it smiles all around now. James Richardson will be disappointed because he put himself back into a position when losing that game 3 legs to 0. Jared Cole has got away with 1 in the end. Not much difference in the stats there. Mid-80 averages throughout. But the most important, Jared Cole, this opens up as we go into game 4. It's Thomas Banks against Aaron Turner.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, which is live and free on Pluto TV. And the next game is between two players who were unable to pick up any points in their opening encounters. Thomas Banks did win his first match. I do apologise, Thomas. 4-3 against Steve Plumstead. Aaron Turner went down 4-1 to Conan Whitehead. In fact, all of the players that have come into the group today lost their first games. James Richardson, Stephen Plumstead and Aaron Turner, and all of the players that came in from Group A, Thomas Banks himself, Conan White and Jared Cole, won.
You got there in the end, Chris.
Yeah, out of practice, Glenn.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really intrigued to see how Thomas responds to that. So as a player who's been struggling, gets that opening win when he was 2-0 down in that opening match with it.
120.
Possibly tells you a little bit about his week there, because that was a sweet 180, but one dart's going out. But this is a different Thomas Banks, and isn't it wonderful to see? Aaron Turner was not at his brilliant best in that defeat to Conan Whitehead, but Conan must take the credit for that. Game 2 win, averaging over 98. Not an awful lot Aaron Turner can do in that match. But again, Banks out the traps nicely, and Turner finding the treble.
140.
Well, he's very much finding his rhythm and finding the targets he's going for here, Thomas Banks, who I repeat did win that first match 4-3 against Steve Plumstead.
Thomas, you require
won his first match
142.
yesterday but couldn't add to it. Can he do so today?
$74.
Yeah, great
Aaron,
feeling for the young man.
161.
But Aaron Turner has the experience to deal with this. 161, but a slide into the 5. You can see the angle on the target area he's striving for.
30. Thomas, you
Banks
require
now
68.
becomes a huge favourite for this opener. Started beautifully. Had a bounce out for a 180. Is it tops for victory? Absolutely
48.
great effort
Aaron,
there from Thomas Banks. Will he be back?
At treble 17, we saw James Richardson attempt this, then tops, but Turner can't find the treble. So Banks will be back for double 10.
43. Thomas, you require 20. No score. Aaron, you require 88.
And the first sign of frustration. Aaron Turner will start in the treble. And that is a beautiful opener. This will settle him down nicely.
60. Thomas, you require 20. Game
Straight
shot
in
on the
this
first
time.
leg. Thomas
No
back.
trouble for Thomas.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
You could see him snatching those darts. Well, let me tell you, inside he is bursting with adrenaline. Winning game to start this Group C campaign. Started
85.
scoring big in this one. Yes, he missed a couple of darts at a double.
Yeah, certainly is nice to see Thomas seeming to get himself on the right
85.
track. And he has indeed set off like a tank engine today.
I've been trying to get that word in. I was just struggling to do it.
108.
Turner putting it up to him in the second leg.
60.
Yeah, great darts. Maybe not the reward there for Thomas. You just try and slide on top of that first dart. Once again, you can see with that angle there, that flat dart that he has. So
45.
when he goes under the treble 20, it's not the end of the world for Aaron. It's almost like he's using that dart.
140. $82.
Battling qualities from all 6 players so far. None more than that young man in your picture there. But a big chance for Aaron Turner to get into this game. It's on throw. He'll start on treble 20. So treble 19 will be the shot. Set up play now is a must. A little shake of the head.
69.
A beautiful
Thomas,
last.
you require 156. $52. Aaron, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Producer the
Aaron
marker.
Turner.
As Turner ties it up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. 140.
Good response. There's that flat dart. Just trying to just ease over it. Use that first dart.
140.
Yeah, we talked about the 3 players coming out of Group A winning their opening games, but the new players coming in, Plumstead had an excellent opportunity. I thought he threw some good stuff. He'd have been disappointed to lose that first game. Aaron Turner
44.
started very slowly, and Conan Whitehead was excellent. And then, what a game, that barnstormer of a 7-leg thriller with Jared Cole leading 3-0. James Richardson
38.
fighting right back. They're back to fight another day. Turner a ton behind.
$85. $41. $57.
Not the smartest thinking from 2-3-1. Could have left the
42.
finish with 2 singles and a 25.
Yeah, what do you give for a 1-3-4 right now? So he's looking at the treble 19. Can't get rid of the first. He'll stay there.
58. Thomas, you require
Tight match.
140.
So an excellent effort of a 140 finish by Jared Cole in the previous game. Thomas Banks is not going to check out, but he's going to get second best if he can say straight.
100.
A wonderful return. Big moments in this game.
He's got to be much happier today. But improvement day on day this week by Thomas Banks if it continues. But Turner can take out tops to take the lead here.
96.
Not
Thomas,
to
you
beat
require
Banks with
40.
3 at the same target.
He likes this double 10. He's been here before today.
20. Aaron, you require 20.
Not a million miles away.
Game shot on the
Turner
third
takes
leg. Aaron
advantage.
Turner.
Leads this match 2-1.
Using every
Fourth
bit of
leg, it's
experience
Aaron
he's
to throw
doing.
first.
Crucial break a throw.
$90.
Steve Plumstead taking on Jared Cole next. Great tribute yesterday from Jared Cole at the end of the day when he used Robert Thornton's flights, sending love and support to Robert Thornton after the recent passing of his dear wife, Christine. It's actually 3 years to the day since Robert Thornton won
135.
at the World Seniors Match Play. He beat Phil Taylor in the final.
41.
Yeah, really sad news.
On this day in darts, Phil Taylor himself won the Las Vegas Desert Classic in 2005, beating Wayne Mardle to take that title. And you mentioned Gemma Hayter's birthday earlier. It's also happy birthday Callan Ridds
85.
and Henry
Aaron, you
Coates,
require
who will be appearing
136.
alongside Thomas Banks in the Rising Stars week at the end of this series. Is this the end of this leg? It may well be. Double 8.
120.
This has been a great response from Aaron Turner. It really has. He'd have been disappointed when he went back to the practice room.
9. Aaron, you require 16.
So double 8 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
Once
full
again,
flag.
he uses
Aaron
that
Turner.
first dart so beautifully well. You could hear the way he just caressed that first dart, just kissed into the double 8.
Fifth
Aaron
leg,
Turner
it's
goes
Thomas
one leg
to
away.
throw first. 60.
I must admit, I'm slightly nervous about commentating on my nephew tonight. And when I think about it, the last time Aaron Turner was here, Laura commentated on all his group games and finals
85.
night as well.
$85.
As I mentioned earlier, he's been to the Lakeside the past 3 years and has already travelled to the USA and Canada this year in his quest
80.
to get World Championship qualification again. But the focus certainly this week
85.
is on that stage. He's put himself in a wonderful position with Banks fighting and scrapping and doing everything he can.
98.
Just the right things are going at the right time for turn at the moment. If he hits the treble, he will go centre of the board.
126.
Excellent board management from Banks.
$85. Thomas, you require 145.
145 then. At least leave it handy will be his thought now.
39.
Last dart
Aaron, you
just getting
require
away
153.
really does give the baton to Aaron Turner.
$45.
I think the bigger
Thomas, you
disappointment for
require
Turner will be
106.
that last dart. So Banks back. 87 points left.
50. Aaron, you
This for the
require
win.
108.
What would be a first win of the group for Aaron Turner? Can still do it. Treble 17. Wayward with both those darts, both drifting to the left.
36. Thomas, you require 56.
I think you can see that winning line and he's trying to sprint to it. Thomas Banks to go within one. That's a
Game shot on the
stunning
fifth
dart.
leg. Thomas Banks.
Excellent. That'll just make Aaron Turner think, but once again you can see him deep in thought there because he knows he
Sixth
has the
leg, it's
darts.
Aaron to throw first.
And this is his big opportunity. Well, Banks back in the game.
$100. $45.
You could see the snarl there from Aaron Turner. He started well with a ton. His opponent slides into the 5.
100.
Good moments for Aaron Turner. He'll feel right this moment. He just needs to stay professional, stay calm, stay patient. For Banks, he's looking for brilliance.
140. $58. $42.
It's often that last dart. I think that'll be frustrating him. I think he put himself in a decent position a couple of times in this match as Thomas. But I say it again, the steely determination of Aaron Turner
140.
could just see him over the line in this one. And that 140 couldn't have come at a better time.
66. Aaron, you require 103.
And he's got a little bit of breathing space here, Aaron Turner. Just needs to maybe calm down towards the finish line here. That dart gives him one at double.
85.
Could it have been left much more awkward than this? If Banks can find a treble or two, pressure will be on.
44. Aaron, you require 18.
Well, he left, he has opportunity to split. And looking at the eye line, it's exactly what he's going to do. For his favoured double 8.
Game shot.
Turner
and
takes the
match,
prize.
Aaron Turner.
A big 4-2 victory for Aaron Turner, his first winner of the day. And for Thomas Banks, he opened up this Group C campaign with a win. I think elements of frustration this game. Positivity that he's been a little bit more competitive in this match. Maybe just needs to tidy up that last star. But it was solid throughout for Aaron Turner. He takes a big win. And we move on to Jared Cole next against Steve Plumstead.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where Thomas Banks has just missed the opportunity to start with 2 wins out of 2. And that same opportunity lies with that man in your picture, Jared Cole. He'll come through a real strange game in his first one against James Richardson. He was cruising a 3-0 up. He had ended up going the distance. And for Stephen Plumstead, he started excellent in his opening game. The first match against Thomas Banks, just couldn't see out the job.
It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
So we've talked about laying down markers, Chris. Good opportunity for Jared Cole. He went into this Group C as the favourite. He got away with it against James Richardson in the end. He'll fancy his chances against Plumstead.
134.
Yeah, absolutely. In many ways, it might feel even sweeter to have won in that manner than had he just railroaded Richardson.
6.
Like it looked like he was going to. But he won't be underestimating Plumstead. They come from a similar area. They'll know each other well. They'll have played in many a local comp.
97. 140.
Yeah, like what I've seen from him so far.
Doesn't
Doesn't he make it look ridiculous? I think that's more the frustration I have with Jared Cole. I think I almost guess, expecting to be hitting 140s, 180s every time he goes to the board with that beautiful throw that I love to watch. So he's put himself in a good position. Had the luxury of starting on the bullseye for that 90 finish.
He was a little bit close to busting. Almost hit the treble 20 last start. And I think sometimes, Glenn, that
108.
That ease with which he throws probably sometimes can lead to a little bit of carelessness, but all's well that ends well. 13 dart start, 1-0.
Yeah, fine balance. I totally agree with what you're saying there. Sometimes I'm his biggest critic. Well, the only reason I am is the fact I really believe in what he's doing. Another one who knows where the camera is.
Well, he should do. He does spend a lot of time in the production gallery.
Yeah, tell him the knee tops when it's 36. I mean, come on.
58.
And Plumstead did just send a warning shot out at the end of that previous leg when he hit a 180.
100. $127.
He'll try and stack over that. Does that superbly.
100.
I think he's been absolutely fine today. I think he was unlucky in that opening game. It looked like he was playing really well. It was an inspired Thomas Banks in that match. Hasn't done an awful lot wrong so far.
100.
He's averaging 100 at this moment. Yes, it's in its infancy in this game. Like you say, that stack of dart, can he just use it very similar and reminiscent to
100.
the way Aaron Turner was doing exactly the same in the previous game?
$100. Steve, you require 141.
Just trying to work out what's remaining.
57. Jared, you require 116.
Not enough. Jared Cole. That's the problem with going down that route. He's almost covered the whole of that treble 19. Looking for a miracle dart and gets it. Resets, refocus.
76.
Yeah, what a dart
Steve,
it was
you
at the treble to get
84.
himself that dart at the double. Plumstead may get 2. He may only get 1 now at the bullseye.
59.
Couldn't find it.
Jared, you require
Just on the
40.
wires. He's just on the periphery at the moment, Plumstead. Is he going to get a little bit of luck on his side? Jared Cole, double 10's been good to him today, but not
20.
this time.
Steve, you require 25.
Double 4 for a level game.
17. Jared, you require 20. Gabe shot on his
So
second
again,
leg.
Jared
Jared
Cole wins the first 2 legs of his contest. He won the first 3 against James Richardson, who rallied back to 3
Third
apiece
leg,
before
it's
Cole
Jared
finally
to
crossed the
throw
line in a
first.
nail-biting end to that encounter. He won't want that drama this time around.
140.
Jared Cole will feel like it's his day because it could have been also different in the previous one. Even that double 10 creeping in. You saw the reaction as we look at that silky smooth. Look at that elbow, how low it is.
91.
Now we talked about the stack of dart. Now if you see the opposite here, that is a very high elbow. Look at the point of that dart. It's almost pointing to the ceiling. So if you think of the trajectory of that dart
43.
and where he holds the dart as well, hence the reason. It's a totally different one. The point of the dart is almost aiming at that treble 20 for Jared Cole. Just beautiful. I love the action.
108.
Whereas this time, not as tall the play, much higher elbow. And that dart is going such a high, so it's coming down and
58.
stacking
Jared, you
down. 2
require
totally
90.
different darts, but Cole is flying.
Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
He flew through that leg, didn't he, in just a dozen darts with a fabulous 90 finish to follow the maximum in the
Fourth leg.
previous visit. And once again, Cole finds himself 3-0 up.
$121. $51.
Well, this is where it went a little bit pear-shaped, as we mentioned, for Jared Cole. He cruised into a 3-0 victory previously. He knows the game. He knows he'll want to see this one out.
Yeah, but his performance here is even better than it was in that lead against Richardson. He's averaging around 100 after 3 legs.
100.
Yeah, on the back of that victory representing his country as well. Every time he stepped up onto the hockey in that Six Nations, the one leg attack, he really fancied his chances there. He looked very confident and then got the opportunity to come to the Modus Super Series and play this week, and he's used that confidence.
99.
He was a big favourite, remember, for qualification from Group C and doing everything he needs to right at this moment.
Very late call as well, so the fact that he's played so
140.
well this week is even more testament to how much he practices and how active he is as a darts player, because it was only Sunday night when Bjorn Beautray
Stevie require
was
140.
turned away from the Belgian borders. Unfortunately, incorrect paperwork, meaning that the ADC Europe qualifier could not travel. Jared stepped in.
47. Jared, you require
And it
112.
might prove to be a very wise call for him to answer.
This has been a majestic performance. A
Game shot, and the
4-0
match.
victory for Jared
Jared
Cole.
Cole.
That was superb. Steve Plumstead didn't do an awful lot wrong in that game. His scoring was good. But Jared Cole has put it the first 100-plus average of the day. In deep conversation there with the referee, but he is very, very happy, and he will be waxing lyrical over those numbers. Big averages, excellent on the doubles, finish with a beautiful 1-1-2 finish. Super performance, Jared Cole. We move on to Conor Whitehead next against James Richardson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
And welcome back to Pluto TV for the Modus Super Series, where we have just witnessed the performance of the day from Jared Cole. A 4-0 victory and a beautiful 101.90. He's 2 wins out of 2. And that man throwing his darts right now also started with a 98 plus average in his opening game. Has the opportunity to match that feat with 2 wins out of 2. But he is up against a very tricky James Richardson, someone who showed real fight. Real little bit of class from 3-0 down, but just failed to get over the line in his game with Jared Cole. A tough start to the day for James Richardson. He probably looked at them 2 games and thought, if I can just get 1 win out of those 2. Well, he's lost that opener, so a big game yesterday for James Richardson.
To throw first.
And Chris,
Game on.
if Conan Whitehead plays with that freedom, then again, he might not be as good. He can't even hit the fist pump this time.
Yeah, couldn't get free of the handshake. But straight in. Good sign. Good start. Perfect start from the first ever Super Series champion.
$62.
Yeah, I said at the beginning of the show that patience is really important. When you've been in a Group A campaign, haven't performed like you hope you would, when you do come to Group C, that little bit of panic, that little bit of, I'm not playing very well this week, but with Conan, you just sensed this is a new competition. I'm one of the favourites to qualify, and he's started tremendously well.
And you can probably tell by the reaction after the second dart on that visit, Mr. Treble 20, that he really would love to add a 9-dart finish to his repertoire on this Super Series stage.
Well, he's the type of player, he's, you know, his whole basis of his game is that massive score, and we've talked about those darts. They are so long and give opportunities for wonderful grouping, but it's been a beautiful start. Potentially 11-darter.
11-darter it is. Conan Whitehead not messing around. And you do start to feel for James Richardson here, who's run into performances against both Cole and so far Conan, who you would expect to be big favourites to win their next couple of games each. Richardson may well find himself playing catch-up and just kind of fighting to stay in the race. 180 from him. 180 in response.
What a joy to watch. The accuracy right now. The timing of this game, the rhythm is just beautiful. Magical stuff.
Has anybody checked the size of that treble? They cannot miss. They are both on 9-dart finishes.
What a moment. Not to be for Richardson.
45. Conan,
will it be for Conan Whitehead?
It's on. Choices. Gets the treble 19 for double 12. And it is wonderful from Whitehead. A perfect leg on the Super Series stage, where he became the first ever champion. Now he's on the 9-dart roll of honour.
And let me take you back about 1 minute before. You would said Conan Whitehead would love to get a 9-darter on that stage. What an incredible moment. And James Richardson played his part as well. They ping 180s apiece. James just failed to get over the line with that disappointing 7th dart. But another magical moment here at the Modus Super Series. Get in there.
Absolutely superb. Yeah, both of them on 9-darters.
56.
Sometimes a Group C campaign can... You've got new players coming. Sometimes deputants, players coming down from Group A who haven't performed as well as they hope to do. Let me tell you, this afternoon has been some excellent darts. And after that Jared Cole
99.
performance, I thought that might just top the moment of the day. That was breathtaking.
140.
Well, he's thrown 9 darts in this next leg. He's still on 306. That's the irony of being a dart player, I suppose, Glenn.
Yeah, you could see the smile on his face as well when the dart.
84.
I say to anybody when you've done the 9 dart, that's why people lose games after 9 darts, because the adrenaline inside the body of Conan Whitehead right now will be off the scale.
45.
Not that he looks like it, he still looks incredibly focused.
Oh, what a wonderful moment.
58. James, you require 156.
And what a person to hit it as well. As I mentioned, the first ever Super Series champion, winning Series 1.
100.
Another
Conan, you
glorious
require
moment for him.
164. 24.
I've seen
James,
it
you
a million
require
times when the
56.
9 dart has been done. He needs to gather his thoughts, because Richardson, the way he's playing himself, will fancy this tops.
16. Conan, you require 140.
Well, 62 remaining.
88. James, you
Gathered his
require
thoughts in the
40.
end, but Richardson has been in a position of having to fight back today. That's a wild one. Just had needs a big number here. He's gone for a double 10. It's been good for a lot of the players today.
20.
Not for
Conan, you
Richardson.
require
Whitehead was
52.
not in this leg. He's double 16 away from a 3-0 lead.
44. James, you
Shuts his
require
eyes.
20.
Double 10 for
James
Richardson.
shot on the third leg.
So a leg
James
ago,
Richardson.
James Richardson was watching Conan Whitehead go out in 9. Whitehead chuckles
Fourth
as he
leg, it's
realises
James to
24
throw
darts and he still didn't win the next leg.
Oh, yeah, he's telling you exactly what the commentator was just about to say there. He's just trying to breathe again. He's trying to calm down.
100.
I think he has done that, because that is begging for more.
108.
Surely we're not going to see 2 in one match.
100.
Are you sure?
It can.
Oh. I was about to rename him to
100.
Co9 Whitehead, wouldn't they, had that gone in?
Interesting. Once again, sometimes you feel like you're focusing on one
140.
certain player, and why not when they've hit a 9 darter. But Richardson, once again, is quietly but effectively just getting on with his job. He's the type of player where he's in his
45.
own zone.
James, you require 161.
He himself has some 9-dart pedigree, James Richardson. Not hit one here, but hit 2 in Southampton before we moved to Portsmouth, including 1 against his own son.
I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't 1
99.
against his son. He still give it. Come on. He's an important phase of this match.
Well, you said it at the time.
60.
Sometimes 9 darts could
James,
distract
you
players. Well,
require
James Richardson now
62.
be thinking, hang on a minute.
I know how I felt.
Yeah, and he will be maybe thinking that Whitehead's there for the taking. But it is
James shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. James Richardson.
This is why we love darts. From a 9 darter.
Fifth
Leading
leg,
2-0.
it's Conan
And let me
to
tell you, at that
throw
point, he was averaging over 120 in that game. Still averaging over 100 now is Conan Whitehead. But now it's a best of 3 game. He
100.
does have the darts. He does have the experience. But Richardson is fighting for his Group C life.
140.
Well, Conan averaging over 100.
100.
And James Richardson 92 and change. There have been 6 180s in this match. 4 of them, of course, came in that same leg in which Whitehead hit a 9 darter, and he's hit 4 himself in the game. Once went on a run, didn't he,
44.
Conan Whitehead, of hitting 180s in 24 consecutive matches. He is a power scorer.
Yes, I'm looking at our list of MSS records just to confirm
100.
that. But he's bouncing back really nicely here. But I'll say it again. Right, Richardson off at your peril. What a match.
Well, we might start having to look at the 180 record here, Glenn. The record for most 180s in a match is 9. We've had 7 in this game.
45. James, you require 137.
Well, he won't want another one here, that's for sure. If we look at treble 19, does he need to go tops? Why not? We've seen everything else in this game.
170.
Well, this is going to go down as a Modus
Only
Super
you
Series
require
classic. Watch it on
156.
repeat 4 times a day on Pluto TV as Whitehead looks for a fabulous finish on double 18. Not quite.
138.
What a match.
James, you require 20.
And look what double Richardson, we said double 10, has got a magnet in it today.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He just
James Richardson.
casually gets his dart out, but let me tell you, these two are putting on a wonderful show here.
6th leg.
A
It's
little
James
snigger,
to
a little
Farufa.
smile, but a match full of quality, Chris.
Top tungsten entertainment. And you didn't pay a penny.
80.
Now, the match I referred to with the 9 180s was between Luke Littler and Chris Gilliland.
83.
2 away from equaling that record.
Yeah, we could do with it going the distance.
83.
Because every time Conan hits a treble with his first dart, you feel there's more to come. Group C, remember, we did
60.
label at the beginning of the show that Group B was what it was all about today. Some of the huge names, but it's going to take some matching because Group C today has been a joy.
140.
It's been full of match play, it's been full of massive scoring, superb finishing, and a 9 darter to boot.
Another one. Another one.
108.
This is a joy. Another one.
Well, he shouldn't.
He should.
100.
178. Well, we might not get time for another one because James Richardson's down to 98 to win the match.
128.
I am running
James,
out
you
of
require
superlatives.
97. Good dart for tops. Having to move across.
58.
Can't find it. Now, Whitehead could
Only
go
you
for the ball. We've seen him do it
50.
before.
Don't do it. He's sticking to that strategy. It's only 1 dart at a double now to stay in the match.
James shot on the 6th leg. Conan Whitehead.
Well, if ever a match deserved a decider, this was it. 3-3. Whitehead
7th
stops
and
the
final
rot.
leg. It's Conan to throw first.
And if
Game
we
on.
get one more maximum in this leg, then it will equal the record for the most in a match at the Super Series.
An absolute
58.
classic. And still none the wiser who's going to win this game. James Richardson, in about 2 minutes' time, could have played 2, lost 2, losing games
41.
both 4-3, doing absolutely nothing wrong.
Both where he battled back into positions to win the game as well. Here we go then. Is this it?
140.
And I don't think he'll be staying for the 180 on the next one on 303. The reason he may
41.
stay is because he's well ahead in this leg. Doesn't need to start in the night, but you can see by the eye line he is because dart players are very stubborn. They see certain numbers.
53.
It's just a little bit scruffy. It just does open the door for James, just a slight bit.
Well, it
He
does.
needs trebles.
But it's been a horror leg for James Richardson, hasn't it, so far?
43.
An absolute disaster. 41 twice and then 43.
$134.
Almost feels like we're getting our breath back for what has been a memorable game. A game that has had absolutely everything, but once again, James Richardson, once he's got
26.
involved in
Conan,
that
you
last
require
leg,
116.
he had a bit of a disaster against Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead. The 9-dart king sees out just the most wonderful game of darts you will see here at the Modus Super Series. Conan Whitehead doesn't often celebrate too much, but that game had absolutely everything. The 9-darter, 8 180s, just shy of 100 average for Conan Whitehead. He's played 2, he's won 2, and James Richardson is saying, what do I have to do to get a win under the belt? That was a belter. And Conan Whitehead joins Jared Cole at the top of the table. Follow that, Thomas Banks and Jared Cole.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Who you would expect to be big favourites to win their next couple of games each. Richardson may well find himself playing catch-up and just kind of fighting to stay in the race. 180 from him. 180 in response.
What a joy to watch. The accuracy right now. The timing of this game, the rhythm is just beautiful. Magical stuff.
Has anybody checked the size of that treble? They cannot miss. They are both on 9 dart finishes.
141.
What a moment. Not to be for Richardson.
45. Conan,
Will
you
it be
require
for Conan Whitehead?
141.
It's on. Choices. Gets the treble 19 for double 12. And it is wonderful from Whitehead. A perfect leg on the Super Series stage. That was before the break. A fabulous 9 dart finish from Conan Whitehead, who joins that role of honour. The 18th here at the Super Series. The 17th came from Jared Cole, who's in action in the very next match. And, well, if he had one today, he could join Conor Heenan in hitting 3 at the Live Lounge at Impulse. Some brilliant names on that list. Fallon Sherrick, of course, with an historic one. Leonard Gates over from the USA. Marvin Van Velzen, like Whitehead, a champion that's hit them. And just note Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman, Glenn Durrant, because they hit them in back-to-back matches, didn't they? So, I mean, we could be accused of being greedy here, but Jared Cole and Thomas Banks, over to you.
Yeah, I might go with the old recency bias, but yeah, that was a real favourite of mine, that one, just because it was Conan, and the fact that we even mentioned he's a stalwart here. He's played so many legs of darts on that stage. Just before those 3 darts by James Richardson, we said what Conan Whitehead would give for a 9-darter on that stage, and 2 minutes later he pings in that double 12. Just a most beautiful moment for a top-class player, and Richardson played his part. It was a beauty.
Yeah, not just a great leg, but a great match, that one.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Just shy of 100 average from Whitehead winning it. Sealed it with a 3-figure combo as well. But now, attention turns
26.
to Jared Cole and Thomas Banks, who, Cole, like Whitehead, won both of his first 2 matches. That's the grand scheme of things in this group, and it's meant, of course, that James Richardson, who's
40.
come on the wrong side of 2-4-3 defeats to the top 2, is 4 points adrift already.
45.
The introduction to that previous game for Conan Whitehead was the fact that that man in your picture had just gone 2 wins out of 2, and Conan Whitehead had the opportunity to match that. Well, not only did he match it, he went all in as well and just put the most spectacular performance on. Jared Cole now has that opportunity
43.
to now go 3 wins out of 3, and there's a real possibility that Conan Whitehead and Jared Cole could put real distance between the other players for qualification.
It has beaten Thomas Banks
34.
in all 3 meetings that they've had already this week as well, Jared. I have to say as well, I spoke to Thomas Banks briefly, and he did say that the other players in the practice room have been a great, great help to him. You do have a kind of darts players code, don't you, Glenn, you guys? And when someone's struggling, you do tend to rally round.
Yeah, we're one big family, but I would say that
43.
Thomas Banks, in one sense, doesn't want that. He wants to be disliked. He wants to be the best. He wants to have people really jealous of you. And it's almost like when people are patting you on the back and going, oh, you don't want to hear that. This is an 18-year-old potential superstar I thought we had on our hands when he was representing his country. He won a real big event in the ADCs, and yeah, I just hope I get a chance to speak with him before the weeks.
95.
I feel like I've been there. I feel like I can help him a
148.
touch, but right now Jared Cole has to just focus on the job in hand.
92.
And he is on course to break throw at the earliest available opportunity.
58. Jared, you require 56.
We talked about his doubles. In his opening game, he was good. His second game, not so good.
36. Thomas, you require 130.
Opens the door this time for Banks. Needs the treble.
22. Jared, you require 20.
2 10s.
No score.
Well, he's probably
Thomas, you
better off,
require
actually,
108.
missing by that bigger margin than leaving 5.
When things aren't going your way, you seem to hit the wires on those trebles. Unlucky for Banks. Jared will be delighted to come back and be delighted to go back to double 10, which is, we've labelled it the magnet today. And that's the reason why Cole leads 1 leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
It's always going to be hard to follow the previous game. The pair of them came onto the stage with still a slight smirk on their face, probably having passed Conan Whitehead on the way to it.
80. $100.
But if you were to get a chance to speak to Thomas, Glenn, what kind of thing would you be saying?
100.
Well, I am a player who's played on that stage and played 8 and lost 8, and it felt like the loneliest place in the world. It's probably
60.
Been a few months for Thomas, which is, it's come out the blue. We've talked about the form he was in 2022 to 2024. he'll probably feel it doesn't get much worse than this. And this is where management, family, and I think what I've seen today, that there's a throw. I haven't seen any dartitis whatsoever, but I'm seeing a player who's probably not used to the timing and rhythm of his throw right now. You can see him beating himself up, and I just hope his family and friends are watching now that he just probably needs their support. Say good things to him, say positive things to him, and fingers crossed he gets through, because like I said, an 18-year-old, he doesn't deserve to be going through what he's going through. But for Jared Cole, he sees 3 out of 3 at the moment, and he's going to get an opportunity when he comes back. And guess what double he needs?
I'm just wondering, Glenn, if you've been reading my notes, because it says on my
140.
bit of research paper, Glenn Durrant played 8, lost 8.
I've heard it all the way from Henry Deacon, but this for the 2-0 lead.
No score.
He's done it again.
Thomas, you require 81.
A force field around that double 5, and it opens the door here for Thomas Banks. Bullseye to steal the leg.
51. Jared, you require 20.
Well, if it's anything like the last leg, this goes plumb in the middle.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0.
A bit of darting deja vu in the manner of victory of those 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. $85.
Yeah, he's got that bounce in his step as Thomas that is associated to his game.
100. $25. $91.
Solid last half for Jared Cole once again. Looking good for that 3rd victory of the day.
44.
A blockbuster game between Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead. It could
60.
determine who goes 5, wins out of 5 today. That's how well the pair of them are playing. And that's their final game of the day as well. So just keep your eye on that.
60.
Plenty of more darts before that possible permutation.
Well, Bo was the player making the headlines pre-day, but it's Coe who's stolen them with that stunning performance, that brilliant 9-dart leg. Whitehead winning against Richardson in the previous game, 4-3 with a 9-darter to boot. Those levels have not been achieved in this match, it's fair to say, but it is a walk in the park for Jared Cole at the moment, who starts to highlight his credentials with 110 checkout. This has been the worst performance from Thomas Banks, hasn't it? He hasn't got going in this game at all. And that's the disappointment, I think, when you look like you're making progress. If you have one bad match, I suppose, Glenn, you've just got to think that this isn't part of a pattern. It's not always linear.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And it's another thing at this point is this is where you look over in a crowd to your family and friends just to give you a little bit of inspiration, even like a wave of a hand, something. But you're up there, you're on your own, you think the world's against you.
134.
And I just want to climb out of this comms box and go and tell them better days are ahead. You're fighting. It doesn't
95.
get much worse for him this week. But that throw is absolutely fine. His rhythm is good. Now it's just a little bit of belief.
101.
Believe that it's going to go in the treble 19 here.
99. Jared, you require 167.
Nothing at all wrong with them, Thomas. But Jared Cole is already down that winning line right now.
87.
That last dart. I mean, he's got an excellent 2-dart opportunity to see out this game and go 3 wins out of 3.
59. Jared, you require 80.
Double 10 again. Wrong bed this time. Double 4.
76.
Fails to find it.
Thomas, you require 148.
Come on, Thomas. Bit of magic.
77.
This hasn't happened
Jared, you require
in this
4.
particular match for Banks. Jared Cole's kept calm, done a professional job. Having won his previous two games, he adds a third. And a 4-0 win for Jared Cole that sees him pull clear at the top of the table. Coming next, James Richardson looking for his first win when he takes on Aaron Turner.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And what an afternoon of darts we've had so far. We're still probably reeling from that 9-darter from Conan Whitehead. And on the back of Jared Cole, who's just gone 3 wins out with 3. And you have to feel for that man taking his darts out the board at the moment, James Richardson, who's played 2, lost 2. But that only tells half the story. He's lost both of those games 4-3, where he was extremely competitive against Aaron Turner, who's had that classic start to the day, a little bit slow in his opening game, did bounce back with a victory, so a real pivotal, important game for Aaron Turner. But Chris, on the back of what we've witnessed between Jared Cole and in particular Conan Whitehead, I mean, where do we go from here for these two?
Well, absolutely. I think James Richardson just needs to consign those 2 defeats to the dustbin and win his remaining 3 games and make sure he's in that race tomorrow. Otherwise, Whitehead and Cole could pull away very quickly indeed. Also, almost gone unnoticed that since that 4-3 win over Richardson, Cole's actually won each of his following games 4-0.
108!
Richardson carries on where he left off.
I think the strategy is quite simple for James Richardson. Don't go to 3-3. Because he's had 2 very disappointing last leg shootouts where he just hasn't performed. You can see he's in deep concentration. He's been great today.
Well, he's had a 9-dart hit against him today.
108!
Is he going to hit one himself?
Just when you think it can't get any better, how do we bounce back from that Conan Whitehead 9-darter?
James, you require 141.
James Richardson was the player on the end of that, remember.
Twice he's been in this position as well. 1-4-1 after 6. He was in it in that leg, remarkably. Fails to continue his progress to perfection.
100. James, you require 87.
Potential 11-darter has now gone. Now it's just to see out the leg. Just had a little look at the score there of Aaron Turner.
47.
So not even a consideration of finishing off on the bullseye in that last dart. Just sets up his beloved tops to take this opener.
140. James, you require 40.
Top cent for Ruthless to do that.
No score.
Fails to find
Aaron,
it. Suddenly Turner's got a chance.
92.
Just can't get any closer when it's not your day. Treble 17 is required. Richardson would be delighted
32.
to be back.
James, you require 40.
Well, he was close, but not close enough on the last visit. This is to break straight off the bat. Similar dart to the 3 that he threw previously, but this time
James Richardson.
the battleship is sunk.
Yeah, I don't know if there's such a good thing as a great 17-darter,
Second
but
leg, it's James to throw.
the scoring prowess was there to be seen, and every single dart at a double were well thrown, but they just hit the wire. Got there in the end. Hardly any emotion at all from James Richardson today. Whereas he's on the receiving end or taking opening victories. He badly needs those 2 points, but at the same point, those players at the top of the table,
60.
Let them all fight out. A win here for Aaron Turner would take him to 4 points. But as we mentioned, Conan Whitehead's up next, and a real potential 4 points between first and second, and third onwards.
26. $45.
So plenty to come today. Of course, we haven't
58.
even had the arrival of Bo Greaves yet. That's this evening. She is going to be in action in Group B from 10 p.m. live here on Pluto TV tonight with Jimmy Van Ski, Chaz Barstow, Daryl Fitton, and Mr. Durrant. Jamie, that is.
Thankfully.
We're going to see plenty more maximums
60.
as well. Aaron Turner providing the latest.
Where has he found these darts from?
125.
180. 5 treble 20s on the spin. It even had the eyebrows raised there from Azat. But looking good to level up this game.
43. Aaron, you require 91.
Double top. Double 10.
71.
It's almost for someone like James Richardson, like, put that one away. Let me start again on this third leg.
60. Aaron, you require 20.
The double of the day has been double 10.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
certainly
second
will be
leg,
once again for Aaron Turner.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the experience of commentating
Third
on your
leg,
nephew
it's
this
Aaron
evening.
to throw for.
Laura actually had the experience of commentating on her husband, didn't she, when she was in the box and he was in this group?
Yeah, I was chatting with her this morning. I mean, I know Aaron, and we joked about the head-to-head. He seemed to always have that
46.
thing against me, but I mean, he does a lot for dart. He does a lot of travelling, a real family man. We talked about county darts that he plays in with Lauren. The
100.
the family as well. I mean, it's an incredible story of all the family playing county darts right now. He's a good guy, Aaron Turner, and a great player in his younger days. I remember him playing in the
48.
World Masters, I think, round about 1996. Might not thank me for that. Laura's probably saying, Glenn, it was 2000, so I probably got my decades wrong there. But I just remember him being a very, very good young player.
140.
But what the Modus Super Series does, it gives you opportunities again. He's got it now. He's got one win under his belt. Can he kick on from here?
25. $42.
We talked about Jared Cole representing his country, but of course Laura as well. I really thoroughly enjoyed everything about the Six Nations.
58.
It's great to see Laura playing some great darts. Can it inspire Aaron this week?
James Richardson, his most famous darting day remains that World Championship
99.
defeat of Raymond van Barneveld, who of course was stood on this very stage on Sunday.
Yeah, it was great to see the seniors here. It's a brilliant venue. We talked about the stage earlier on. The players love it.
140.
It can
James,
be
you
a red hot
require
atmosphere.
120.
I think it will be on Saturday night as Richardson looks to take control of this game.
Were you surprised that Barney didn't find it easy going?
60.
No, I mean, I've played on the seniors and I know what the quality is. He was in a no-win situation. And when you're playing the likes of an inspired Ross Montgomery at the moment, the
140.
types of players that are there,
James, you require 60.
maybe Richardson will be there one day soon as he looks at big 20 for the double top. Has to move across. How much can he see?
Back to the starting point to take aim at that double, which has seen a lot of action today, but
Aaron, you require
not
44.
on this occasion. A chance for Turner to take the lead.
That hurts as a dart player. Effectively burnt a dart. Only the one dart at double 16, that's all he needs.
Aaron Turner.
And you can see the little fist pump in between there. He will be delighted with that one. But I want to go back to that finish there to James Richardson.
It's James
and in his opening game against Jared Cole, he had an opportunity very, very early in the opening leg, and he looked fidgety. He wanted a 60 finish, and then never really had the confidence. And on that 60, yes, he hit the big 20 there. Had to scramble across the hockey, back to the double 10. It just hasn't really settled today, and I think that boils down to the fact that he had such a difficult start with a main top two, Jared Cole, Conan Whitehead, his first two games.
57.
Well, he could find himself in real trouble if he loses again, James Richardson.
108.
And if Aaron Turner wins again, he could find himself in a real position of strength. That's his second max of the match. He's averaging in the mid-80s. He's good value for the lead here.
4 180s in this game.
140.
The scoring in this Group C has been classy today. Well, 1 from 7 on the outer ring for James Richardson is the big difference between the pair of them.
64. James, you require 164. $77. Aaron, you require 157.
Richardson's works himself into a position to level.
Just needs to be careful with his maths here.
59.
Not for me, Aaron. Not for me.
87.
Treble 17 will be the first target. Now he needs a treble. 84 remaining. Finds one. Double 12.
72.
Really off the radar on
Aaron,
his
you
doubles, isn't he?
require
1 out of 8
98.
in this match, James Richardson. And that one was missed by a mile.
$58. James, you require 15.
7 out of 26 is not a ratio that he was looking for today. But he's back on the double. That can change with just 1 dart. Has to go. Simply has to go.
Yeah,
and
on the full
does.
flag,
That
James
is the
Richardson.
fighting quality of James Richardson we've talked about. He's not going the distance again, is he?
Fifth
Surely.
flag, it's Aaron to throw first.
Well, it's all right going the distance if you're the one that gets to 4, but he's not managed to do that yet.
Yeah, I was looking at the victory yesterday for Rhys Robinson. He was involved in a lot of 4-3s.
140.
3 out of his 5 games yesterday, and 3 of the games out of 3 he won. Crucial last leg deciders. Hasn't been for James Richardson today, but it was the catalyst for success for Rhys Robinson yesterday.
60.
Big decision for Rhys Robinson, was it? Do you go back home to Hull? It's a distance to travel back to come back Saturday night. We've had this conversation about many players previously.
135.
Yeah, personally wouldn't recommend going to Hull and back.
140.
Not sure what Rhys has chosen to do.
45.
What I do know is that it could be very busy in here on Saturday nights. If you are still thinking about getting tickets, stop thinking.
131.
Go to dartshop.tv and book yours for a £5 a ticket, because we could have Bo Greaves on the stage. We may well have Jimmy Van Ski, who always brings a big crowd. We're going to have Mr. Must-See, Rhys Robinson, that's a definite.
6.
And if we get Conan
James, you require
Whitehead playing in the form he has
170.
today, the former champion, then there'll be fireworks indoors.
Dare I say the biggest seller of them all,
60.
Chaz Barstow,
you
often
require
brings
121.
an entourage with him as Aaron Turner looks at 1-2-1. He'd love his fans and friends to be here. Treble 20. That would have left double 18. And Richardson, we've talked about his fighting qualities, has to break the throw of Aaron
65.
Turner.
James,
Is
you
this the
require
opportunity?
110.
We have seen 110 finish in the previous game by Jared Cole. I don't like that.
50. Aaron, you require 56.
Well, I like this.
Will he like this?
36.
Well, he does
James,
not,
you require 60.
but his opponent will. It gives him an opportunity to break.
We talked about this 60 in his opening game of the day, and it went badly wrong. He didn't recover.
Game shot on the
How
fifth
times
leg.
have
James
changed. This
Richardson.
time to James Richardson. He just sink that double tops there, but I just want to go back to that 110 finish of James
Sixth leg,
Richardson. And
it's James to
my
throw
question
first.
to people watching on Pluto TV is, he hits the 20, leaves 90 with 2 darts. The smallest target on the board is the bullseye. I think a must is treble 18 or treble, even stay on the treble 20, but not for me going the bullseye route.
$140.
Have you heard about my upturn in form as well, beating Chris Dobie last week? Is there a invitation back to the Modus Super Series in the
140.
offering?
Well, the problem is, Glenn, the way you were playing, there was only possibly an upturn, wasn't there?
Harsh. I need the production going wild.
100.
We want dozer. We want dozer.
The offer is always open.
100.
Well, I'm in my happy place right now, and I think James Richardson is beginning to find his happy place.
Well, I've heard people saying, Glenn, that he should be looking for a competitive return, but it's up to you, isn't it, at the end of the day? Is that
140.
not something on your radar at the moment?
No, definitely not. I think I'm playing well because there's no competition. These players have got the fire in their belly, especially that man, Taintnails Darts. He is scrapping his way.
121.
He's at the turn for Aaron Turner for a little bit of magic. He's sticking with that strategy of starting with a bull. It's treble 13 this time for double 16.
89.
It would have been a sweet checkout, but can Richardson finally cross the line? He's lost his opening 2 matches 4-3. He would love to avoid a decider and get it done here and now. And Tops is a target to do that.
51.
Clips the wire, but that ain't good enough.
32.
And just as important, this is for a breaker throw. I mean, if this goes, Aaron Turner has the dart in the last leg.
Game shot on the 6th
The
leg.
dreaded 3-3 again for James Richardson. It looks resigned as that double 16 goes in.
7th and final
and
leg.
that miss from Richardson on Tops, that double 16 to turn, and the fact he's going first, that man in your picture is now favourite to win this game.
Oh, great dart.
Great
darts, plural. And James Richardson's getting that sinking feeling again.
And that sinking feeling is in the last leg. He has thrown a stinker today, and after that first start, I thought, surely not again. But those 2 treble 20s just shows you the class.
95.
Last start for Turner just keeps him with that advantage. Again, a wayward one from James. This time can't rescue his number 2 nor 3. And again, the decider has seen him get the jitters.
Not good maths once again there for Aaron Turner. Talked about his experience. He had to go up after that first dart.
$55.
What is it? Well, last leg deciders for James Richardson. Just a reminder, 2 out of 2 losses today, both 4-3. That sinking feeling when he looks up and sees Aaron Turner is back in the treble.
99.
Needs a max.
$84. Aaron, you require 110.
Well, he's got time on his side here. He's not going to finish in this visit, but it won't matter.
42.
It's almost like he was waiting to work out the score of James Richardson, almost playing defensively that if I don't get the 110, I'm going to leave a finish. That might be to his detriment because James Richardson has finally found that treble 20 bed in a last leg decider. And you feel for Aaron Turner, this 68 has to go.
For a second win from his 3 matches today, Aaron Turner takes it out. And has he effectively taken out James Richardson already? It's 3 defeats from 3 for James Richardson, all of them in last leg deciders. Luck is certainly not on his side, and it is not looking good for Ruthless. This time, Aaron Turner, the executioner, he is in good shape on 4 points. Conan Whitehead also has 4 behind the league leader Jared Cole, and he can join him on 6 if he beats Plumstead next.
We're live on Pluto TV, and it's Group C for the Modus Super Series. And what an afternoon of darts we have, but not for James Richardson. He has just played his third game of the day, and unfortunately for him, he's played 3, lost 3, and lost every game by 4 legs to 3. But it has been a brilliant afternoon, and a lot of that is because of that man taking his darts out, Conan Whitehead.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
He opened up proceedings today with a beautiful 98 average, just round about that 100 average throughout. And I thought, was that going to be his performance of the day?
108.
As Plumstead just confirms exactly what we're talking about. This Group C has been brilliant. But on the back of that, Conan Whitehead was involved in one of the most memorable games that we've ever seen here at the Modus Super Series. That included 8 180s between himself and James Richardson, but also a 9-darter, something that he's always wanted to do on that stage. It was an incredible moment, Chris.
He had a little wry smile from Steve Plumstead there as he attempted to hit one back against him, but Conan Whitehead now thinking, well,
83.
if I can throw a perfect leg, how can I throw darts like this? As he's found the treble 1 on a couple of occasions so far.
100.
But I tell you what, he'll be very happy to have seen the James Richardson run of results today, because if Whitehead can win this one, he's 6 points clear of Richardson already.
58.
Alongside Jared Kohler, who doesn't play till his final game.
And it is if as well, because Plumstead's played nicely today without the rewards.
50,
I've been pleasantly surprised the way he's just got on with the job. I don't think the timing of his games have been ideal. He has a very busy back end to today.
108.
Will he be back as Plumstead's dominated this opening? He'll stay on that 16s bed. He'll stay there for double 16 and a holder throw.
First leg, Steve Plumstead.
15 darter. You can't ask for much more than that.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. $100. $56.
Yeah, you could see we talked about that elevation of his throw, and you could see it sat right in the middle, just like that one for Conor, but he has the luxury of staying there. But because of the way his
41.
darts fit Plumstead, what looks good on the screen meant he had to go towards the 18s bed. But that's perfect.
108.
Well, it's Steve Plumstead here who is coming firing out of the traps. This is superb. 15 darter he had to
27.
hold his throw in the first leg. He's now kicked in with a 180 on his second visit in the second.
Well, if you'd have asked me for a prediction of this one, I said only one person would dominate. How wrong I am so far, because the one person who's dominating and averaging in excess of 104.
43. Steve requires
Steve Plumstead.
170.
And now he's on the big fish. He is looking $1 million right now. Beautiful to watch.
123.
He really fancied that, didn't he? The way he was playing, it was kind of like he just let go of it, thinking, well, this is in. Maybe just lost
45.
the actual action for a moment there. But Conan Whitehead lost his way compared to his previous match. Plumstead to take advantage and double his lead, which he does.
On his second
15
leg,
followed by a 14.
Conan needs to get his thoughts together right now, because it's great
Third
having the
leg,
brilliance, but the massive opportunity there. I'll stay quiet in case you can hear me by that look, by the way. But he needs to find some focus, because his opponent looks inspired right now. I'm just commentating, Conan. Come on, give me a break.
Menacing. This Maverick. And that's magical. Glennie was pointing at you, mate.
No, it was definitely you. Well, Plumstead's enjoying it.
83.
That's unlucky. Deserve more.
$60.
And he's got the type of dynamic game as Conor. When it comes to a Saturday night, he would always fancy his chances.
81.
You can see he just holds that dart like a feather, very soft. It's all about timing.
95.
He's gathering his thoughts together, but Plumstead is still averaging a ton in this game. And if he's going to miss a treble, as we said, that first dart is ideal because he uses it.
140.
This is a performance and a half.
Really is. Nothing that Conan can conjure up is affecting Steve Plumstead here.
55. Steve require 97.
And don't forget, this is a player who hasn't won yet. In fact, he lost his last match 4-0.
85. Conan, you require 111.
I think you heard exactly what he said. Shocking first dart.
79.
His words,
Steve
not mine.
require 12.
So Plumstead, he's done the hard work.
Game shot on
I
the
tell you
third
what,
leg.
not only is
Steve
that in, that
Plumstead.
is smack bang. That is plum. See what I did there, Chris?
Yeah, very good.
Full
Gun,
flag,
very
it's
good.
Conan to throw first.
You have been missed.
$121.
Dare I say, Chris, the big winner here, you feel, is Jared Cole. It just doesn't look like missing.
140.
I just love that angle. I love the flight. You can see the eye line of the player.
86.
And watch the eye line of Plumstead. We've talked about this throw. Look at that angle. So that's why he is manoeuvring around the ball. So it's almost impossible for him to hit the treble.
90.
But the bullseye will do. So again, you can see from that first dart from the eye
98.
line, he had to go down to 19. Points. There you are. But watch the angle of this dart. I mean, that is begging for more. He's playing like a dream.
108.
Well, he'd want to leave them in for the next visit. Well, maybe not. He's on 91, but so much space after they'd gone in.
120.
And this is a dream, isn't it?
Steve
A
require
total dream to
91.
beat Conan Whitehead 4-0.
Treble 17 he went for.
55.
But plan B.
Conan, you
And
require
quite simply,
68.
Conan, this needs to go.
$52.
Well, Conan
Steve
Whitehead
require 36.
won a brilliant game of darts 4-3 against James Richardson when he hit a fabulous 9-darter.
34.
He almost went from hero to
Conan, you
zero.
require 16.
Can he avoid the bagel here?
Will he rue that miss? This is a player who's hit the 9-darter today, and
Game's on
that
the
dart
full
is
flag.
just as
Conan
important.
Whitehead.
Remember that moment. Steve Plumstead had a big opportunity to see out that game. The double
Fifth
18
flag,
was
it's
close.
Steve
The
to
double
throw first.
9 was a poor attempt. I think Conan looked at double 2 surely going to go the way he's playing, but Conan White is back in this match.
Plumstead's still averaging 100, but my sixth sense
83.
tells me, Glenn, that you think that Conan Whitehead might go on and win this match from here. Am I right?
92.
No. I'd like to see, and like I say, I don't want Conan to hear me, so I'll whisper. I would like just to see he's looking at the cameras, he's great.
140.
I would just love to see a bit of miserable Durrant now and really focus on that treble. That come on, that self-motivation, that chatting to himself.
60.
Get your head on because Plumstead's playing like a dream. He could have been off this stage with a 4-0 victory.
Well, I guess many would have wondered if Plumstead could keep it up beyond
140.
4 legs, but the answer is evident in the fact he's left 138 after 9.
100. Steve require 138.
He's averaging over 102 at the moment, Plumstead. This is a player who's searching for his first win of the day, remember.
There's a lot of focus etched all over his expression as well, Plumstead. He really does want to get this job done.
80.
He'd be absolutely satisfied with that, and Whitehead is a long, long way back, so no dramas for Plumstead. Whitehead is in deep, deep trouble.
99. Steve require 58.
For the match, It's spectacular, Steve Plumstead. That's what that performance was. A player searching for his first victory against a player who's just hit a 9-darter and was wonderful in his previous game. That's why we love the Modus Super Series. And Steve Plumstead will look at those numbers as he walks past 101.47. The afternoon has been magic darts. Steve's had his moment. Jared Cole has a big opportunity. He's up next against Aaron Turner.
Well, the sad news is only 6 matches left to go in this incredible opening day of Group C. The last 3 results saw Jared Cole beat Thomas Banks 4-0. Aaron Turner get what could prove to be a very significant win against James Richardson, who's lost all 3 of his games 4-3. And then a first win of the group for Steve Plumstead, 4-1 against Conan Whitehead, which could help the likes of Richardson, Turner, et al. Catch up. But Jared Cole is looking to make it 4 from 4 when he takes on Turner in the next match. He has been the standout player so far with 6 points to his name, winning all 3 of his matches, including 2 of them 4-0. Conan Whitehead and Aaron Turner, 2 out of 3. Plumstead and Banks, 1 out of 3. And who would have thought, Glenn Durrant, James Richardson at the bottom of the pile with no points to his name so far?
Yeah, sick as a chip he'll be. He had a little bit of a wry smile when he walked off the stage in his previous game. He's just been involved in some absolute crackers of a game and then underperformed when it's gone 3-3. And I think also interesting, you look at the table, you've got Cohen and Whitehead, who must be on a real high at the moment, but on 4 points. Aaron Turner, who started slowly, knows he's got more in the locker, also on 4 points. So, still plenty to play for in this gripping Group C. It's been great, but the one shining star while all this is going on has been Jared Cole. And how many times we said he had the opportunity to go 2 out of 2, he achieved. 3 out of 3, he achieved. Now a real potential 4 out of 4, and then sets up his final game against, you've guessed it, Cohen and Whitehead. So stick with us. Plenty still to come.
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
And this game really, actually, is really important. We just saw the league table there. If Aaron Turner can win it, he's going to join Jared Cole on 6 points.
58.
When they've both played the same number of games, it's going to give Conan White the chance to do that as well. And it's going to give Thomas Banks and Stephen Plumstead a chance to go within 2 points of the league leaders. It could get very close. If Cole wins it, he's then
60.
On 8, 4 clear of Aaron Turner and Conan Whitehead, and is looking almost a shoe-in to make it through to Saturday, even at this early stage.
108.
We could be looking at the amount of 180s that's been it this afternoon. We had 8 in one game, of course.
85.
Yes, I guess not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think if you're wondering, Chris has just put together, the potential permutations and the thoughts and process of the players. In the Players' Lounge, there is a table. There's, the league table is up there, and you get certain players who are often talking about it. You'll get some players who, just want to concentrate on the next game. And I was just looking at the dynamic of the players there. If someone's playing that lead role, I remember famously Matthew Edgar even just winding people up about the table. If you don't win here, you're out. So people have used that table there, and I think Aaron Turner's just thinking, I've got a real opportunity
100.
here.
Jared, you require 144. 44. Aaron, you require 116.
Could this be the opportunity to break in the opener? And that's looking good for a treble dart. Next dart doesn't get it. Cole will be back.
100. Jared, you require 100.
Stayed on the treble there because he liked the guy.
80.
And he does
Aaron,
like double 10 as well, but
16.
couldn't find it this time.
So for a break, a throw. 16 darts.
Aaron
Turner is on the rise.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
As I mentioned, he did make it through last time he was here, Aaron Turner. It was in the last series, and he played in Group C. Shouldn't be someone
41.
that should be written off lightly. And it wasn't the easiest of
125.
groups, I can tell you that. He played in the exact same week, actually, week 7 of Series 10. And he got through
60.
A Group C that featured Charlie Manby, Lloyd Walker and Anthony Allen. Made it through to the finals night, and as I mentioned earlier in the show, actually only lost his group games, both of them, in last leg deciders, and had darts in each of those games against Neil Duff and Martin Turner.
60. 125.
His next group and the next series I've been privy to look at, and it's Aaron Turner and Laura Turner in the same week. Only joking, Laura.
100.
Yeah, well, he did Turner that night, Martin Turner. So we'll throw her in the mix as well.
We'll
87.
get Mike Gillis in as well. Let's make it called a family affair week.
Oh, we've got Durrant tonight in the commentary box and Durrant on stage.
96. Jared, you require 24.
For even Stevens.
Henry Deacon, he's your extended family, isn't he?
On the second leg.
But Turner won't
Jared
extend
Cole.
his lead. Cole squares it up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Henry will be back tonight, in case you missed it.
Oh, just when I was enjoying the darts.
96.
Enjoying this Group C campaign. No message from him about the 9 darter. Nothing on social media for him. Me.
135.
Imagine if he'd have called it in, Chris. I mean, it'll be all over now, wouldn't it?
99.
All square in this one. As I said, a pivotal contest in the context of this group.
140.
Does Cole start to open up a big lead, or can Turner peg him back?
96.
And I hope I don't spoil what's been a fascinating day, but we haven't had a bad game today. Even statistically, if some of the games have not been the best, the quality of the match play between them.
47.
And this one's been great as well. You know, these are good moments for Aaron Turner to be slightly disappointed with that 47 return there. But he knows the importance of this game, moving to 6 points.
And I'll be honest, when the lineup came out, everyone was like, what a stunning Group A that is, and what an amazing Group B. And there wasn't much attention on Group C.
Well, there's
plenty of attention right now for the supporters of Aaron Turner. They'll be delighted the way things are going right now. And for the second time in this game, an opportunity to break.
52. Aaron, you require 40.
It's tops we go. Perfect, Marcus. Surely. Oh, what a beautiful dart. Turner leads 2 legs to 1.
Break a throw. Team
Fourth
Turner
leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
in the lead. There's a great line, actually. I mentioned it earlier in today's show about that there is a tungsten talk with the Turners
95.
here on Pluto TV. Henry Deacon talking to Laura and Aaron. Great fun. And there's a line in that just shows the type of character Aaron is, where he said, Henry asked him about
42.
being married to Laura with a newfound fame as a Sky Sports commentator. And Aaron replied saying it's quite strange walking around Ali Pally with her and everyone's asking for selfies and stuff. And he said, well, people do ask me for selfies as well, but they thought I was Ryan Joyce.
I've got it on my notes here. I was going to use a Ryan Joyce reference at one point.
134.
And they've got a daughter playing great darts. Is she a teenager?
Yeah.
So is she known as Teen Turner? Oh, come on, Chris.
Well, we had last leg decided, didn't we, in Women's Week? It was Trina Turner. And you can see, by the way, that tungsten talk with the Turners, not Tina or Trina or even Tina, Aaron and Laura, 6 p.m. tomorrow, after tomorrow's live show. So do stay tuned for that.
She's definitely up for that group with Aaron. She's already messaged me. But she must be really proud of watching Aaron fighting
105.
in this brilliant afternoon of dart. And Aaron Turner is putting himself right in the mix. And this is a little bit typical of Jared Cole. He's got a
59.
monster game coming
Aaron,
up.
you require 96.
And he's just gone off the boil. And Turner has taken full advantage.
Would that make her a proud Mary? I think we'll stop now.
64.
Well, he's on course for a 3-1 lead against the unbeaten league leader.
96.
Well, it was tops in
Aaron,
the previous leg for Turner.
32.
But we know he loves double 16. That's again a good mark in a sense. He doesn't have to move. Great camera angle again. Can he use those 2 darts? Yes, he can. A beautiful dart. Thumbs up as well. Aaron Turner 1 away in this
Fifth leg,
exciting Group C campaigns. All the talk has been about Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And in the provisional table, it looks very pretty right now for Aaron Turner.
Well, we saw the quality, didn't we? And the danger when you see so much quality from a couple of players is that they're going to run away with it. But it looks like we're going to see the drama as well.
85.
And Aaron Turner's last games against Steve Plumstead, who was superb in that previous game, averaging over 100. But he will fancy his chances in that game, and that will be the first game tomorrow for the pair of them. If Turner can see this match out, he will fancy his chances for Saturday night. And he's finding the treble with real ease, real comfort.
140.
Let's find out what the attributes are for Jared Cole. It's been a good day, great day.
95.
Now he has to scrap for a victory.
$60. $100.
Yeah, stunning last start there from Jared Cole.
Yeah, he won't roll over. Turner's going to have to go and win this.
And that's what I want to see from Jared Cole. That's the next part of his
Average
evolution of a dart player.
114.
I want to see that fight. I want to see that England mentality that he had when he put on that shirt. This is a little bit of a wobble. It's a big wobble.
Aaron, you require
'Cause that is not enough. And Turner for the match, 139. It's a tricky one, but that's the perfect start. He will just double check the finish. A big 17 to leave tops.
The amount of players that go for the bull,
Jared,
2 darts in hand on 82. When will it catch on that there's a much bigger target to go for? Double 5 is a target for Jared, but how many times has he done that as well?
Aaron,
Hit the 12 going for the double 5.
Incredible. And Aaron Turner just quietly but effectively getting on with the job. He's been here before and he's been here again. Aaron Turner, not much talk about Aaron Turner at the beginning of it. He started slowly today, but he's finishing with real aplomb and 3 big wins. Takes him to 6 points. Jared Cole sprints off the yucky. But it's that man with big smiles on his face, and why not with numbers like that? Just shy of 90 average. Jared Cole's got a big game coming up, but Aaron Turner's put himself in a fantastic position as Conor Whitehead's back up next against Thomas Banks.
this would be a wake-up.
What a finish! What a man!
Bow and arrow for Greece!
Jimmy Van Ski. Game shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Green.
It's history for Bo Green, and Jimmy does win. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 9 Week 12, introduction there, Jimmy Van.
Unsatisfied with what you've seen in this spectacular Group C this afternoon, then just look ahead at that Group B tonight. Bo Greaves will take on Jimmy Van Ski in her first game back on the Super Series stage, joined in that group by Daryl Fitton, Chaz Barstow and Jamie Durrant. And yes, he is related to the man sat next to me.
Yeah, super excited. I must admit the highlight for the day for me was going to be Group B, but if it betters Group C, then I'll be. It's going to be a wonderful night of darts, because Group C has delivered in the highest qualities. And the one player who's just getting on with things now is the winner of the previous game, and Aaron Turner, a big win of Jared Cole. He sprinted off the stage. He's got a big game coming up pretty soon against Conan Whitehead. And it's Conan Whitehead. He might be smiles all round at the moment, because, look, if you weren't with us earlier, then Conan Whitehead just played one of the most memorable games here at the Modus Super Series. That included a 9-darter. But on the back of that, he walked into a sensational performance from Steve Plumstead, who averaged over 101 in victory against Conan White. So I think a big game for Conan. He is up against Thomas Banks. So Conan is a massive favourite for this game.
Game on.
Needs to put on a professional job. Thomas Banks will be searching for that opening game win that he had against Plumstead. And what's been a very difficult week for him.
60.
But what is he learning from his performance? Can he find some brilliance? Can he find the Thomas Banks we know and love?
Yeah, and we've seen it in flashes today. We saw it in flashes yesterday as well, after a really difficult Monday and Tuesday for the young man. Did win his first match, as Glenn mentioned, but then in the last game, he couldn't get going at all against Jared Cole. Conan White didn't really get going himself against Stephen Plumstead, but that was more to do with the absolute brilliance of Plumstead in that game. 101.5 average.
Honestly, it's been a fabulous, fabulous afternoon of darts, and Plumstead just played his part there. And that must inspire people like Thomas Banks, because
76.
Of course, 6 to 8 months ago, Thomas Banks would have been favourite going into this Group C campaign. That's how well he was playing.
Yeah, has tasted victory on the Super Series stage before, as has Conan Whitehead, as has Jared Cole. Half of the group have all won on a Saturday night.
Conan, you require 160.
No, it was just the one win for Thomas Banks in that Group A campaign.
92.
But it was the opening game yesterday against Conan Whitehead. He's had a 1-2-6 as well. All those things go through the mind, but it's Conan Whitehead first down to a finish now.
Conan, you require 68.
68 is that finish. Treble 20, not found. Now has to go for a 13. Gets a treble to save himself. Double 12.
56. Thomas, you require 85.
It was tough on the screen to see if that was in. Never mind the poor referee. It's bullseye this time for Banks.
49. Conan,
Got to wait, but not the line.
12.
Double 6 will see the first leg go the way of Whitehead, or double 3 will now.
6.
Couldn't find it. Opportunity
Thomas,
here for Thomas.
36.
Again, right on the wire, so close.
28. Conan, you require 6.
Just been a little bit sloppy for Conan Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
He got the opportunity there, delighted one at that, but it was 22 darts. A couple of things I would say about Thomas Banks there.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
I was going to say on the double 18, in normal circumstances, we expect this to go But at the same time, he pinged the wire. His mindset's probably, it's just been one of those weeks for me. It's incredible, that word belief. It's incredible how much the mind plays in this game of darts. He's had periods in his life where the game is ridiculously easy. I just think, because if I didn't know anything about the dartitis, barring that last dart there, which just came a little bit late, that late release there, I wouldn't have said that was the issue regarding his throw today. It looks in decent shape for me. But I just think he's been battered a little bit, that he just needs a little bit of confidence to come back, and it will. It will.
Yeah, you're a much more learned and educated arrows analyst than myself, Glenn, but I do agree that maybe there's a overcompensation, that he's scared of the delay, therefore he's getting rid of them a little bit too quickly.
That was in my notes. It's almost like he just needs to get in the middle of where he is now. And I'm not in his circle, but if he wants to give me a ring on Monday, I'll be there for him.
Yeah, if you're watching, Thomas, Glenn's number is 0784.
$82.
He's a two-darter. Banks way back on 254.
A lot of players do watch back as well. It's one of the
$50.
advantages of playing in front of the cameras, isn't it? You can look back and analyse your own game. Whitehead looking at tops and tens, which he finds to double his advantage in this one.
Well, one thing I am confident, I think Conan Whitehead will watch that match between James Richardson earlier a few times. It was a belter.
Well,
since then, it's gone a little bit wrong, but he is leading this game 2-0 without being at his spectacular best.
Well, there's quite a funny point in relation to that.
108.
Because Conan's biggest supporter is his wife, Cheryl Lee. Now, she actually missed the 9-darter. She wasn't watching at the time.
60.
If you're watching now, Cheryl Lee, he might be about to do another one for you.
Wow. Yeah, and if you weren't watching then, Shirley, then Chris Murphy did sort of say the only thing that's missing off the resume on that stage was a 9-darter, literally 90 seconds before he did it.
55.
It was an incredible moment.
It's not about me, Glenn.
Sorry, I thought I was stuck with Henry there, sorry.
140.
11-darter could be incoming here for Whitehead as he suddenly seems to have found his feet again.
100. Conan, you require 96. $47.
If I had a criticism about Conan in the previous one, there was a lot of looking at the camera, which he's renowned for and doing it, and I had a little whine that he just
85. Conan,
was
you
up against an
require
opponent
49.
absolutely flying. You asked for a professional job, and this double 16 would have meant that Conan Whitehead was leading this game 3-0.
Well, he will return for double 8, but under what pressure?
43. Conan, you require
Not really
16.
enough. Double 4. Double 2.
12. Thomas, you require
It's not over yet.
158.
Wow. Double 19.
120.
So what would have been
Conan, you require
a work
4.
of art by Banksy.
A bosh.
No score.
But he will be back.
Thomas, you require 38.
He does have the opportunity to split this 38. No such thought in the mind. Can he just lob them over them two darts? You can see the camera angle just there.
4.
This corner Whitehead goes back to double 2. Scrappy third leg.
Difficult double for him. That's the reason. He's blocked half the bed with one dart, but he's used it to hit the other half.
Conan Whitehead.
And he's past the halfway mark in the match. 3-0.
Fourth flag, it's Thomas to throw first. $41.
Thomas's final game will be the final game of the day against James Richardson. Seems like a while since we've seen James. He's had that story today of played 3, lost 3 in each game, losing by 4 legs to 3, but he will play 2 of the last 4 games And he's up next against the impressive Steve Plumstead. How will he respond after a beautiful performance against that man in your picture?
$56.
Yeah, excited for every match now. You look, not just in this group, but tonight as well. We're going to have a fantastic end to this week. Reece Robinson, the big winner, having got through Group A. He's got his feet up watching all this unfold. He'll bring his own brand of
108
Stardust or Sugar to Saturday night. Make sure you're tuned in from 7:30 for the big occasion live here on Pluto TV without costing you a penny. But if you want to be here, it will just cost you £5. Tickets available from dartshop.tv.
Yeah, if you're going to enjoy the Modus Super Series experience on a Saturday night, then this Saturday could be the one. Because there's some big hitters that haven't qualified as of yet. So there won't be many tickets if they're doing well tonight.
45. Conan, you require 108.
Can still finish. But a little look over to see that Thomas is not on a finish. That was in, and that was out.
22. $57. Conan, you require 86.
For a very comfortable victory. It is the bullseye.
36.
I'm not sure about that
Thomas, you require 100.
Well, he'll probably go for it again when he comes back, knowing Conan. And if he comes back, I should have said.
I think we're all willing the finishes of Thomas Banks right now. Fair play to the lad. That's a beautiful setup play. Well, the strategy is simple. First start straight at the bull. It hasn't worked, but double four for victory.
46.
A chance for the Bulldog to bite back. Double 10. And still, yes,
on
it's
the
in.
Flag, Thomas Banks.
And Banks avoids the whitewash.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. $60.
Yeah, just a reminder, the one victory for Thomas Bank in that
26.
Brutal group here was against Conan Whitehead. Conan, just looking at his demeanour there, I think probably just wants to get up the stage. He's got a big game coming up, and it's a game quite soon as well against Jared Cole. We were talking earlier, that was a real potential of both players going for a clear 5 wins out of 5. That hasn't happened. The big benefit has been Aaron Turner, who's sat in a great position right now. And Conan is just going off the boil at the wrong time today.
96.
Turner in second place in the table as things stand. Conan Whitehead looking to join him on 6 points. Jared Cole also on that number at the top. 3 legs
57.
clear of Turner. Whitehead would move into second if he were to win 4-1.
45. $60.
I think if there's people now tuning in because of the 9 dart, it's such a wonderful game that we have. A player who was hitting 120 average, a 9 darter, was involved in a match with 8 180s, and you can visually see him just struggling just to get 3 darts straight right now. He just wants to get this match 1-4-1, get off, and then reset himself. As I've said, a big game against Jared Cole. That's better.
81.
Down to a finish, but Banks with a treble will have a much more favourable one. Gets that treble.
96. Conan, you require 152.
For the match.
A 1-3-2 is
96.
the ultimate champagne shot, and this is a finish that everybody wants to see him hit. Treble 19. Not found, so no go at the bull.
64. Conan, you require 56.
Again, for the match. Double 10 has been so good to him. But not
46.
this time. That is wild. Even Conan's confused with that one.
68.
Yeah, it was a long way away. Banks, well, 65. Gamble. No, plays it safe. The bull.
19.
Yeah, right decision.
Conan,
Just
you
the
require
execution
10.
not there. And it's
Sure,
3 wins
and the
out the
match.
4 for Conan
Conan
Whitehead
Whitehead.
today. It's a little shake of the head. He's got the job done. He won't want to remember that game looking back there. For Thomas Banks, you could see he's given absolutely everything. A couple of opportunities on big finishes, but job well done for Conan Whitehead. He'll be back soon. But it's James Richardson up next. He plays Steve Plumstead.
Welcome back to the glorious Live Lounge, the home of the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV, where we have seen some glorious games of darts today, including a brilliant performance from Stephen Plumstead just about an hour ago. He averaged 101.5 in a 4-1 win over Conan Whitehead. Whitehead himself hit a 9-dart finish earlier on today in a game against James Richardson that saw the pair share 8 180s in that contest. Richardson, by the way, was on the 9 darter but missed the 7th dart before Conan Whitehead went on to convert the perfect leg himself. I could go on, but we've kind of gone full circle here as a match between Richardson and Plumstead is about to get underway. And Richardson must win it, Glenn. He simply must win, because the other story of his day is that he's lost all 3 of his matches in last leg deciders.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford another defeat over the next day and a bit. I think it's 7 wins on the spin required for James Richardson, a player who's very, very capable of doing that. And he's now in that section where he's avoiding the likes of Jared Cole and the likes of Conan Whitehead. So you think that was a positive. However, he's up against Stephen Plumstead, who's,
135.
I think he's been great today. Just the 1 win. But he has got a busy couple of games coming up. He's got a game against Aaron Turner, which he's very capable of winning. It could have been also different, but that 101 plus average that he had to beat Conan Whitehead was just great to watch.
96.
It's in the armoury, it's in the locker. Can he respond to that, or can Richardson find something?
86. $54. James, you require 158.
The problem is the game against Stephen Plumstead looked like a much more likely victory at the start of the day than it does now after the way he played against Whitehead in his last match.
90. James, you require 74.
He's been absolutely fine with 15 darts, but it is Richardson first. And that dart makes him a huge favour for double 16. This for a holder throw and a 1-0 lead. That's exactly what it is.
James Richardson.
And he won't give up. Like I say, we've talked an awful lot today about the attributes of James Richardson, and
second leg,
you can see the snarl, you can see, and I like that about a player. But when you have to be immaculate from now on, when you can't afford one more loss, it's going to be tough to qualify. Unless the other players start beating each other, but you don't then rely on others to do things.
His nickname Ruthless. He's going to have that streak within him for the rest of the day.
81. $140. $58.
Yeah, that performance by Steve will have made his 2 children, Sophie and Kit, very, very proud of his dad. He does an awful lot of good stuff, runs dart events in aids of a charity. The Kawasaki disease. He does good things away from the hockey as well. He's involved in darts. He's travelling on the WDF tour. Reached the final of the Iceland Open, so he's gaining valuable points there because he wants to get on to the Lakeside stage.
57.
Yeah.
And he's happy travelling to do that.
Bit cold in the freezer section, mind.
Yes, it's the Aldi Open next week.
34. James, you require 144.
Didn't your old chum Matthew Edgar want to have some success there?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's why I don't hold it in high regard, because he reached the quarters.
84 for Richardson when he returns.
98. James, you require 84.
Plumstead leaves himself on a slightly better checkout, where he will get a go at the outer ring. Well, that's interesting. That is really interesting. Richardson declining the single for the ball. It worked because he got a treble, but what was he thinking there, Glenn?
And then he looked at the score of Plumstead, almost like I think he disregarded the fact that this man was on a finish. Big mistake, James.
Steve Plumstead.
You poked the bear, James. Do not disrespect Steve Plumstead.
Third leg, it's James to throw.
Well, it was interesting. I thought the fact that James is someone who goes into that zone, he's almost like he doesn't even care what the opponent's doing, because if you watch that back when he hit the treble 16, he then looked at what the score of Plumstead was.
Yeah, bizarre.
60.
He's quick around the hockey, isn't he, James Richardson? A fast thrower, but very, very hastily retrieves his darts and gets out of the way.
Yeah, he's a dream for a player to play, I guess. He just, there's no... He just gets on with the job.
100.
He likes a battle and he'll shake your hand afterwards. He's respectful before, respectful afterwards. He's a good guy, is James. Just hasn't been his day today.
45. $140. $95.
Strange decision to go that way, to leave the 168. But
60.
not punished too much by Plumstead. Richardson will be looking to leave at least a 2-darter here. Could be even better with another treble.
128. Stevie require 141. $87. James, you require 40.
Crucial moments. This match on throw.
20.
Mistake.
Stevie require 54.
Go single for double in the same section here.
36.
Doesn't quite pay off.
James, you require 20.
Richardson to regain the advantage.
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, I was about to say nervy darts. We talked about these times when it just looked a little bit
Fourth
fidgety,
leg,
I think
it's
is the word I
Steve to
used
throw
earlier.
first.
We talked about darts being so different. If there's one thing I couldn't do as a player is put chalk on my fingers.
140.
We just got a little bit of a close-up there to James. After each leg, he just gets the chalk out and chalks the fingers.
83.
I've seen you play, so you must be used to chalk on the hands, I guess.
100.
Yeah, we'll lose the chalks. Is that what you're getting at? It's all digital these days, Glenn.
I know, I realise that was a 1990s joke, but
100. $105. $96.
I mean, the one
Stevie
thing you
require
notice is the pace of the
156.
game, but the quality has backed it up. That's unlucky. That deserved better. He wants to stay there. That second dart makes it so awkward.
100.
And again, a fantastic camera angle to show why he decided to stay there. Leaves a 2-darter looking good for 2-2.
Yeah, 56 when he
140.
returns.
Stevie require 56.
So 2 at tops for parity.
Game shot on the fourth
Plumstead
leg. Steve Plumstead.
levels up.
An ADC qualifier, but very, very impressive. He has
flag,
been here
it's
before.
James to
He's
throw
played a
first.
Group A and a Group C. Finished 4th in that Group C previous. Looking at his stats, I wasn't so sure as Richardson piles in another 180. Like I said, he's doing that journey of being a dart player now, gaining the most incredible
140.
experience as well. He's up there now. And Steve Plumstead, if he watches back, will be delighted the way he's played today.
77.
If you are just joining us, we've had an incredible session of darts this afternoon where Conan Whitehead produced a marvellous 9-dart
55.
finish against James Richardson. Richardson also hit 6 perfect darts in that leg. The 8 180s in that match as well. But the standout performances have come from Jared Cole
41.
against Stephen Plumstead when he averaged 101 and change, as did Plumstead himself when he beat Conan Whitehead. Cole,
59.
Whitehead and Aaron Turner all have 6 points in this group. Plumstead and Thomas Banks have 2. And James Richardson has, well, he's been the sorry story of the day. No wins from
95.
3. All of them lost 4-3.
James,
I want to get the job done 4-2. Will James Richardson? He won't want to go the distance again, but Plumstead's putting the pressure on.
45. Stevie require
It's
147.
not ideal. 63 is one of those finishes. So a bit of pressure. Plumstead needs a treble. We'll just check with the score. 18s, I think, will be the dart. Looking at the way, but looking, is he going to try to push it into that treble?
59. James requires 63.
Very much in the balance this match. Only going to be one dart double. And he chooses double 16.
31.
Clips the wire.
Steve
Plumstead
requires
returns.
88.
50% on the outer ring, so you'll fancy his chances. One of these two darts. It's double 7.
74. James
wince
requires 32.
In response, big moment to break there. Richardson returns with 3 in hand,
on
only
the
needs
fifth
one
leg,
of them.
James Richardson.
And once again, James Richardson gets to 3, a number he's got to in every single one of his matches today, but he's still yet to get to
6th
4.
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
The obligatory chalk on fingers.
140.
Plumstead, you could see Richardson just going through his process. Plumstead doing exactly what he's been doing. Another beautiful way to start this one. He will not want to go to 3-3, James Richardson.
I think we all know where it's going, folks. The last leg.
100.
Just a great rhythm, you know, irrespective of the numbers, the averages. Just a good game to watch.
100. $91. 100. Steve
needed the
require
luck to leave a finish.
170.
Plumstead, he's been here before on this big fish. The second one this time doesn't go in, but he'd be delighted with that. We go in the distance again.
$43. Stevie requires 65.
56 left. Double 4.
61.
Shouldn't matter. Richardson can't finish.
But you can put pressure on that double 2.
100.
That last start
Steve
just keeps
requires
him involved here. Still in the hands of Plumstead. That's a little bit wild, but he'll see the flight and just uses that as the guide.
Steve Plumstead.
And dare I say, James Richardson, for the 4th time today, we are going the distance.
7th
Now,
and final
importantly,
leg. It's James
for James Richardson,
first. Game on.
he has the dart in this last leg decider, and he's been pretty poor in these last legs.
77.
And that first dart would have concerned him, but that treble with the last dart still makes him favourite.
96.
This has been the concern, hasn't it, for James, as you said. Every single one of the last legs, he's sprayed a few wayward darts. He has got the advantage this time around. Can he keep it?
83.
Last dart just sees Plumstead appear in his rear-view mirror.
He's quick anyway, James, but he's flying to the hockey right now.
133.
Well, for him, that's a positive. When Nick had mentioned that when he grabs his darts out, everything's pace.
That was a mistake, though.
85.
However, he's got the advantage. Staying down on the 19s. He's had good
83.
accuracy on the treble 19 in this leg, which is the only reason I think he must be staying there. It's working for him.
Well, he might need a Chris on that finish as well, because with 93,
James
doesn't need to go this way,
93.
but his opponent's not on a finish. So 74, treble 14 for double 16.
61.
Well, what's going through his mind now as he waits and sees what Plumstead leaves? Because James Richardson is going to have 3 darts to finally get a win today. He has not managed to win
81. James
in 3 last leg
32.
deciders so far.
But he has now. James Richardson does win 4-3. As we alluded to, he has been involved in 7-leg thrillers all day. He will be happy. He's got to be immaculate from here, this James Richardson. But he's the type of character. He's got the CV that he can go on with a run there. And for Steve Plumstead, once again, he was involved in that game right down to the last start. But Richardson is up and running. Big game coming up next. It's Conan Whitehead against Jared Cole.
Hello again, welcome back. 3 matches to go in this group. The games that we have just witnessed have seen Aaron Turner get a 4-1 win over Jared Cole. Conan Whitehead, the same scoreline against Thomas Banks, and then James Richardson, after losing all of his previous 3 matches 4-3, finally getting a win by that slender margin when he beat Steve Plumstead. That means then that everybody is off the mark in the group, and we've got a real separation with 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on to Richardson, Plumstead and Banks with 1 win from their 4 matches. Jared Cole, Conan Whitehead and Aaron Turner with only 1 defeat from their 4 games so far. And one of Whitehead or Cole will end the day with 8 points and 4 wins from 5. Will it be Whitehead putting the cherry on what's been a very tasty cake today, or will Cole come back from that first defeat of his session by winning and restoring order at the top of the table? Glenn Durrant is alongside me in commentary, and we'll be back for Group B this evening as well. This will pretty much determine who is going to be sitting at the top of the table overnight, Glenn.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Like I said,
First
both
leg,
seem
it's
really
Conan
relaxed
to
at the
the
moment.
first.
Lots of smiles all round.
Game on.
I have said a couple of times I'd like to see just maybe a little bit more increased focus.
And the last 2 men to hit 9 dart finishes sharing the stage together.
Yes, we have mentioned it once or twice today. It was a mega moment.
55.
Cole's actually at 2 on the Super Series stage. Glenn, you hit 2, didn't you? Not 9 darters, just hit 2.
That's not very nice.
60.
Be nice.
It's okay. Henry will be back this evening, polishing your ego, I'm sure.
44.
Yes, I've got a few words to say. I've been listening this week, Henry Deacon. Like I always said, it's better to be a no. It's better to be a has-been than a no-been.
Is he going to get the pie face treatment? Is
yes. Yes, he's going to get a flat face.
Pie in the face.
96.
Comms cam on for that one. I'm glad they had a slow start while we were muttering around that.
Focus now on the darts.
100.
2 accurate errors getting Conan down to a finish first. And Cole purposely going for the 19s to give himself the best chance to leave a check out, which he does with an absolutely superb bullseye shot. Might not matter. Another. Not to be.
100. Jared, you require 142.
Another for him. And it could be. Oh, that is so close. I think he thought that was in.
Conan, you require 60.
For the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
For
Conan
a player
Whitehead.
who was often confident of beating Jared Cole.
Second leg.
3
it's
times
Jared
I've already
to
played in
throw
Group A. And it's Conan Whitehead 3. Jared Cole 0.
100.
Yeah, just seemed to struggle against
100.
Whitehead for whatever reason. Memorable day for Conan, whatever happens, but he would love to find himself sitting at the top of the table. We did mention that potential motivation, Glenn, as well.
95.
Not being amongst the favourites with the odds compilers.
Yeah, I thought there was value for money in the Group C.
45.
It would have been for Conan Whitehead, but totally agree that if there was one player I thought would qualify from Group C, it would be Jared Cole. But Aaron Turner's right in the mix.
57.
James Richardson is finally up and running, so just plenty still to play for. But one player, I mean, if you're finishing the day in Group C on 8 points, it's, you know, whatever happens, it's been a good day. I think opportunity knocks for a lot of these players. Still a big game coming up next for Aaron Turner.
133. $108. Jared, you require 116. Game shot in the
Well, that's
second
absolutely
leg.
brilliant
Jared
in
Cole.
response from Jared Cole. 15 darter to level up, 116 finish to complete
Third leg,
it.
it's Conan to throw first.
Yeah, I think both players in full flow are just a joy to watch. I think, as I did mention, I wonder if it's on the mind of Jared Cole that Conan has been getting the better of him. We talk about those head-to-heads. There's nothing to suggest in the style of play. I think they both suit each other.
100.
An awful lot to play for in this game. One of them's going to be sat top of the table overnight on 8 points. Will they be joined by Aaron Turner? They're the questions. And with darts like that, Conan will be thinking it will be him. He has got the throw in this match.
100. $97. 57.
I feel sorry,
Conan, you
Chris, for
require
the production. You'll have to
164.
edit the highlights of this Group C. Will we see any more in this fabulous afternoon of darts?
58.
Not much editing required. It's all been one big highlight. I have to say, even though Jared Cole's won before, I feel like he's looked the most comfortable that we've seen him on the Super
84.
Series
Conan,
stage.
you require 106.
Maybe that win just gave him the confidence of belonging. Conan Whitehead's felt that he belongs since winning Series 1. He can't
86.
reply
Jared,
with
you
another
require
three-figure checkout here.
160.
He's the type of player to do it, but not this time.
We've seen him do it.
43.
60 ball
Conan,
before.
you require 20. Game shot
But
in the
it's that
third
double
leg.
10.
Conan Whitehead.
That gets Whitehead back ahead.
Yeah, good game again.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
That's what it means to these players.
100.
But yeah, I totally agree. I'm a big fan of Jared Cole. Scratching my head of how he, goes forward.
59.
And his aspirations have been a top professional player. And just looking at that technically, I know he is working with people in
96.
relation to that, but maybe it's just that maybe that mindset, killing games off and just teaching yourself how to win games in high-pressure
38.
situations. Maybe that's next for him, but when I watch him, he has it all.
$140. $76.
Cole closing in on parity here. He knows he's got plenty of time in this leg.
78.
Yeah, I think there's one practice dart Jared should be going for. And that's maybe a double 5. 3 times he's hit the 12 got with that double
Jared,
5.
you require
He won't want to
87.
leave that on this 87.
Well, he did it before, didn't he, on an 87 and actually ended up busting his score. That's why he's gone for the 3 first, Glenn.
31.
Yeah, good thinking by going down to the 18s there.
26.
But what
Jared,
it
you
does mean is
require
no
56.
pressure whatsoever on this 56 for Jared.
Tops he wants. And the king of the
shot on the
castle
fourth leg, Jared
is
Cole.
level. 2-2. The winner of this, remember, finishes a day with 8 points. 4 wins out of 5.
Fifth leg, it's
And
Conan
will
to
be top
throw
of the
first.
table. Aaron Turner can match that tally as well. He takes on Steve Plumstead in the penultimate match of the session.
108.
Yes, I was about to say the highlight of this match for 2 big scorers has surprisingly been the doubles. Both
57.
have been excellent so far, 2 from 3. But just as I say that, Conan Whitehead finds the 180. And the excitement just got a fever pitch there.
125.
Yeah, 3 180s from the Barbarian in this bout. None yet for Jared Cole.
58.
Another here would leave him on a 10 darter.
83.
Well, if I've got my numbers right, that's 15 180s he said today. 15. I haven't hit that this year.
56. Conan, you require 113.
Haven't had that ever.
Look surprised. Look surprised, please.
Still top.
Game shot of
Follows
fifth
it.
leg.
And you said the
Conan
finishing has been
Whitehead.
fabulous, Glenn. Well, that trend continues. 113 to make it 3 out of 4 on the outer ring for
Sixth
Whitehead.
leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Do you think he's enjoying himself?
I just think he loves that camera, but I will say that when he's focused, he's at his best.
140.
The one game that he did lose, it was camera over darts. Don't tell him though.
58.
Yeah, if you're going to go and offer unsolicited advice to Conan Whitehead, I'll let you go and do that, Glenn.
Just as long as we don't interview him today, that's the main thing. Don't do that to me. I'm sure you'll drop me in it.
43.
He looks a bit bemused after a bad visit.
I think he's already planning the fact that it's going down to the last leg. The
57.
most crucial 3 darts could be in that final leg. The fact that that man's got the darts.
100.
Yeah, saving his energy, you feel, just going through the motions in this leg.
Then you see the 300, then you think 180, 120 or 140, 160.
60. Jared, you require 144.
Because the 18's route.
90.
He will be under a little bit of pressure now.
140.
Whitehead just taps him on the shoulder.
Jared, you require 54.
Well, both players have been excellent on the finishing. I feel it's a match that does deserve to go the distance, and that's exactly what the situation is. And when it comes to qualification this time tomorrow,
7th and
this
final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Could be absolutely massive, and that's not the start you want if you're in the camp of Conan Whitehead.
45.
Chance for Jared Cole, and a big chance.
Can he break the throw and break the duck against Conan Whitehead?
60.
Doesn't capitalise. Some heavy arms on that stage at the moment.
95.
Whitehead does find a treble.
Yeah, when both players have played in the group, it's difficult to get up there every day playing, but
57.
there's something about this leg. And for me, Jared Cole, I am sure he's thinking of that England shit. That competition has just been absolutely brilliant, in where it was a
79.
1 leg you're on, 1 leg you're off. And that's the way I would have treated this situation, but he's a ton behind now. That helps.
99.
Well, still not much between them. 3 points, in fact. But is Whitehead making his move here?
140.
Absolute quality. That's what you can't teach.
Cole has to respond with 2 trebles of his own.
133.
Does
Conan, you
respond
require
with 2 trebles.
142.
25, Betty be looking at. Back to treble 20. He's done that a
62.
couple of times today.
Jared, you
80's
require
tricky. It's 50-50.
152.
Jared Cole, all about this first dart. Conan Whitehead will be back for the match.
94. Conan, you
Well, the way
require
darts stand
80.
up, as Glenn alluded to, it can be a tricky finish. Maybe needed that treble, because how is he going to find a way in here? He needs to vault on a pole.
6.
Gave it a good go, but Cole will
Jared,
get
you
his turn.
require 58.
He was searching for the 1 in a million dart, you felt there. Jared Cole, big opportunity. Down to the wire.
Game
What a
shot
dart.
and a match.
What a
Jared
finish.
Cole.
And a real wow moment for Jared Cole. Incredible disappointment for a day that Conan Whitehead won't forget. You don't get a second chance on that stage, Conan. but it's Jared Cole who takes a big victory. And when we look at qualification tomorrow night, we may look back on that leg of darts there for Jared Cole. He had one moment, one dart at double 10, and he pinged it. Look at the doubles checkout. That was super darts. We move to the penultimate game of the day. It's Steve Plumstead against Aaron Turner.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series on a wonderful afternoon of darts. That's probably had absolutely everything, including a famous 9-darter from Conan Whitehead, who should be going back feeling really chipper, but he is on the back now of a defeat to Jared Cole, who's put himself in a great position on 8 points. And the man just throwing his darts there, Aaron Turner, is currently on 6 points and does have an opportunity to actually finish top of the table, despite a lot of the talk being about Jared Cole, about Conan Whitehead. He's the one that's just maybe gone under the radar a little bit. But he is against an opponent who'll be disappointed the fact that he's only on 2 points, because his darts has been very, very good today. I've been super impressed with Steve Plumstead, and his one win that he did have, he averaged well over 100 in that game. So
First
the
leg,
experience
Steve
of Aaron
to throw
Turner,
first. Game on.
he'll know the situation. But if you'd have offered him this morning, and certainly if you'd have offered him it after his first game, he would have taken it with both hands. And another intriguing game, Chris.
For me, the game that determines what kind of group we're going to have tomorrow, because as you mentioned, Aaron Turner can get himself up to 8 points. That would mean that there'd be 6 points between second
66.
place and the bottom 3. One of Richardson or Banks will get to 4, of course, but to me, that deficit is too big for anybody to
60.
overturn, and you're probably going to have a 3-horse race. However, if Stephen Plumstead can get the win, then there's only going to be 2 points between him, Conan Whitehead and Aaron Turner, and of course whoever wins that match between Richardson and Banks will only be 2 points behind. So it's all about getting into the top 2, and if Plumstead can stop it being 2 players on 8 here, then it's going to be game on tomorrow in that race for qualification.
The quick overview, if you're Steve Plumstead or you're in his family and friends, and that, I don't think he deserves to go back to his hotel, back to home tonight with only 2 points. His dart has been better than that.
Pretty much the overview as well is win this one and it's in your hands tomorrow.
And the beauty of this Group C is his first game tomorrow will be against Aaron Turner, and all of a sudden he's on level points. So lots of if, buts and maybes. Aaron Turner will just be thinking, if I can get victory here, 8 points, job well done.
60. 44. 140. Steve, you require 136. 60. Aaron, you require
decision to make here for
94.
Aaron. Here's the opportunity to start on a bullseye where you're guaranteeing yourself. So he's gone very aggressive, not guaranteeing yourself now with dart a double. That helps.
74. Steve, you require 76.
Triple 20, double 8. Well, that becomes double 4. The first part of the equation done, the last part
Steve
done.
Plumstead.
And Plumstead has the lead.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
I suppose for the neutral, Chris, a win here for Plumstead makes it all wide open again.
Absolutely.
60.
Not just those that are supporting him at home that will be wanting to win this match, but certainly the 2 players that are yet to play their final game, Thomas Banks and James Richardson, will hope for a Plumstead win here. Keep everybody catchable.
And that leg for Plumstead means that Jared Cole will be top of the table overnight.
30. 120.
It looked a little wobbly in the board, didn't they? The 2 that he threw in first.
I was thinking, my first reaction, that could have been a lot worse.
Gary Anderson in that famous World Championship final 10 years ago.
90.
Knocked the lot out against Phil Taylor, who then stepped up and hit a maximum of his own.
55.
So we've had wonderful memories in darts where you can remember certain things. And yes, I won't forget this afternoon's Group C campaign. So much emphasis on the Group B tonight with a lot of the heavy hitters being in that. I mean, it's a Group B that you do not want to miss tonight. 10 o'clock, Pluto TV. Don't miss it.
I know the Power himself watches Pluto TV religiously. He'll have enjoyed the action today. Great to have him here at the weekend as well in that double session of World Seniors darts. Phil Taylor, the Premier Pundit. Very taxing day for him, but he was on the money.
85. Steve, you require 136.
It's on. Again, they're not sitting in. I feel like saying, hurry up there, Steve, hurry up. But he's putting a very, very good performance on here.
40. Steve, you require 40.
Double top not found. Double 10 not found. He's decided Aaron Turner will not take out 151.
If I was Aaron Turner, I'd be absolutely fuming. Good decision.
Well, sometimes what it can do, that type of mind game, it can force an opponent to try too hard, can't it, to take it out. Double 4 is his preference. And it's proved to be the right play, the right ploy from the Plum. Is he called the Plum?
He is now.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Not enough
85.
fruity darts nicknames, are they? You could have been the current.
$125.
I can't get players' names up my head and linking them to fruit now.
100.
Yeah, well, that was a peach.
$76.
What do you do when you're tired of a co-commentator's fruit jokes, Glenn? Let the man go.
60. $60.
Glenn, come back.
I can't. I'm seeing fruits.
Well, can Turner come back in this game?
140.
Well, the way Plumstead is playing, it's going to be a tough ask. I mean, he's bookended his worst performances. His first game of the day, Aaron Turner. And now he's saving his worst game for the last one. Oh, are we doing a disservice to Plumstead, who's just done that professional job he's done today? I feel he deserves a couple of wins. And he's got a dart. He hasn't got a dart. I was about to say he had a dart for a 3-0 lead. Well, he left him on 151 last time. Is he leaving him on 140 this time?
Aaron, you require 140.
Not going to take it. Best he can do now is leave tops.
120.
Well, actually, he decided he could do better than that and leave 20. Well, that's probably not a bad dart for Plumstead. It's completely open.
No score.
But he can't get near it.
Aaron, you require 20.
A reprieve for Turner.
No score.
Wow. Well.
Steve, you require 32.
Well, well, well.
Just getting a little nervy. You get the sense both players maybe know the magnitude of this match.
20.
The repercussions that could come into play. Double 5.
Game shot on the third leg. Aaron Turner.
Cuts the gap in half.
I mean, literally, it's been a real stinker of a game for Aaron Turner. But just that one dart can change everything.
Throw first.
2 from 12. 10 missed darts at a double for Plumstead. That would have given him a comfortable 3-0 lead. You could hear the sighs from Jared Cole and Conor Whitehead from here.
96. $85. $40. $97.
Turner finding the treble again.
125.
Good moments in a match. He was looking second best.
96. $85.
I was a little disappointed there, but he is first to a finish.
What would Laura say right now about the performance of Aaron today?
59. Aaron, you require 155.
She was commentating with a hand in front of her face a lot of the time when she was here, so I'm sure she's watching behind the sofa right now. But he is on a 155 checkout, Laura. Double 19.
Game shot at fourth leg. Aaron
Suppose that's one for you, Laura.
Timing, Chris. Stick with me, kid. But what a moment. We're talking
Fifth
about
leg,
Laura.
it's Steve to throw
And
first.
then he produces his best finish of this remarkable day of darts.
The cushions are flying around the
40.
room in the Turner household.
Yeah, the 155. It's one of those rare finish, difficult. Yeah, that transition down and treble to the 19s and then the double 19 as well. And what does he do? He jabs himself in the face after trying to wake himself up.
140.
Plumstead is-
Flappable.
Yeah, he's just kept calm and carried on all day, hasn't he, Stephen? So another game to come.
99.
A reminder, Thomas Banks and James Richardson is around the corner. Both of those players have 2 points. Both have had very different experiences today, but in the end, it's the results that
58.
matter.
Just a look at the score there for Aaron. Quite simply just keep finding those trebles he's finding. That's a little bit wayward. You can see the
44.
body movement. You can see his bad dart. Literally no body movement at all for Plumstead.
59.
Just that simple, effective, just that arm doing all the work. He's had the answer today, Aaron Turner, when he's been up against it. Once again, he's finding that treble when he needs it most.
140.
Beautiful time to get the 140.
Well, he had 155 in the last leg. What about 157 this time around?
You've seen so many players actually taking the 57 off first.
157.
Starting on the 19s, but pretty old school is Aaron. Gone the more traditional way, superstar.
Well, the ball's in the garden next door.
129.
Just got it back
Steve
there.
require 164.
Unless Plumstead can, well, pull out a plum. Oh,
Game shot
that
on
is
fifth
super
leg,
sweet
Steve
from Steve Plumstead. What an exchange of checkouts.
A 155 from Aaron
Sixth
Turner.
leg,
He
it's
takes
Aaron
control
to
of the
throw
game.
first.
He sat pretty in that pivotal fifth leg. Steve Plumstead from absolutely nowhere. Treble 18, treble 20. And each dart was just dangling in. And then he pings the 140.
140.
What a day, Glenn.
I think you need to invite me back again because it's all about me. But seriously, it deserves all. There was hardly any reaction from a very, very impressive Plumstead. Aaron Turner will be sick as a chip. And now he has to find just something else. He
96.
started this leg nicely. Aaron Turner already is looking good on throw to take the distance unless Plumstead can continue. His rhythm, his pace is good.
100.
He looks confident.
$125.
Well, Turner's going to be very much in the picture whatever happens, but he can really put himself as one of the
33. Aaron,
favourites
you
if he
require
can turn this game
140.
around.
Can he just sit above that?
45.
He can't. Plumstead a long way back on 325.
$65. Aaron, you require 95.
Well, he'll start in the 19s. So 76 points left. That's the one thing he didn't need to do.
37. $60. Aaron, you require 58.
So, to level this brilliant game,
Game shot on the sixth
you
leg.
don't
Aaron
need the
Turner.
highest averages in the world to have a really exciting, really entertaining game of darts, and this
Seventh
is what
and
that's been.
final leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
We've had the games of the high averages. We've had the incredible highs of the 9 data. We've had
43.
numerous 100-plus averages. But like you said, when statistically they haven't been as good, they've been really exciting. We've had lots of 4-3 games, lots of last leg deciders, massive leg of darts for Aaron Turner here.
And they've stepped in with those big checkouts, that excellent exchange of legs. But it's a big leg for both players. Let's just remind you of the positions in the league table. Aaron Turner on 6 points, level with Conan Whitehead, 2 behind Jared Cole. Stephen Plumstead on 2 points. If he wins it, he is well in the mix, just 2 points behind the second and third place players. If he loses it, that gap is 6 points and seems a large ladder to climb tomorrow.
60.
80 points ahead.
$134.
A couple of times today I've said with this first out where Aaron shaking your head, it means that your next 2 darts are not going to be as good. But he's proven me wrong today
56.
because despite the shake of the head there from Aaron Turner, those 2 treble 90s has brought him right back in this leg. And all of a sudden, he is now favourite for this match. Can he find another treble?
140.
Beautiful, outstanding, wonderful 6 darts, Aaron Turner.
Yeah, if I was wearing a hat, I would take it off to him, but it'd stay off for Stephen Plumstead. Everything Turner's done, Plumstead has responded. And this one is going to come down to who can hold the nerve.
136. Aaron, you require 69.
Options. 54 points left. Match dart at tops. How are you feeling? I'm feeling great, and I'm on 8 points. Aaron Turner has not been at his brilliant best today, but he's been good enough to secure another victory and move him on to 8 points. He showed all the fight and tenacity. But just a quick word for Steve Plumstead, who doesn't, in my opinion, deserve to finish on 2 points today. He showed me enough, and that 164 was an absolute perler. But it's Aaron Turner's put himself in a magnificent position as we move on to the final game. It's Thomas Banks against James Richardson.
Well, before the break, we saw Aaron Turner secure his 4th win from his 5 matches today with the aid of this beautiful 1-5-5 checkout. Stephen Plumstead actually replied with a 1-6-4, but it was Turner who got over the line 4-3 in the end to put himself level on points with Jared Cole at the top of the table. The pair of them have 8 points apiece. Cole and Whitehead finished on 6. James Richardson and Thomas Banks still have to play each other. One of them will be on 4. A disappointing day in terms of results for Stephen Plumstead, who is going to have an uphill climb tomorrow. And the same will be said, Glenn, for whoever doesn't come out on top in this match. This is really last chance saloon for both players, isn't it? A win here and they can try to plot their way to the top 2 tomorrow, but defeat and you would say they're out of the race.
Yeah, I felt that James had to be immaculate. And, you know, once he'd lost those 3 games he was well involved in, he played his part in him, he just fell at the final hurdle. But he's up and running. He goes into this one as a big favourite. You know, Thomas started the day and you could hear almost like the joyous around the area for Thomas and, you know, the general people on social media because they want to see him do well. But since then, he's then lost his next 3 games.
It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Richard's got that winning feeling, and minimum reward for James Richards there was 4 points. But one person who's very happy is Laura Turner. She's messaged us. The boy did good.
Thanks, Laura. I really appreciate your support of your colleagues. Aaron did well as well.
91.
Well, let's get Dr. Durrant's diagnosis then of every player in this group as we approach the final game. We'll start with the 2 on 8 points, Jared Cole and Aaron Turner. Both must be very happy.
Yeah, Jared Cole, 6-4 favourite to win the group. I expect him to get through. I think he's got all the attributes, not only to do well today and get through,
140,
but to be really being a
130.
A tough person to beat come Saturday night. He'll be delighted. For Aaron Turner, as we see the
54.
conclusion of his first leg, for Aaron Turner, he is scrapped and scraped, and to be on 8 points, he will be ecstatic.
That will come to the other players in the next leg.
Thomas requires
Banks
76.
He's having all his own way in this one. 20 for tops now. Kind of just went single, double there, didn't he, with Richardson not on a finish. Keeping it simple.
I mean, he's just playing so rapid right now. It's probably all new to him, the pace of what he's doing.
Thomas
double 10.
20.
Certainly isn't.
First
a
leg,
superstart from Super Thomas.
And we'll continue with your school report,
Second
Glenn.
leg,
Conan Whitehead.
Throw first.
Hit the highs in the middle. I was a little bit disappointed in his reaction to the next game when I felt he lost a little bit of concentration. But Plumstead was outstanding, averaging 100. I think he goes away, despite the 9 data, a little bit disappointed where he sits.
And that takes us on to Stephen Plumstead, because that 101 average was the only match he would win in the end.
Deserved better. He exceeded my expectations. You do research. I've been looking at his recent ADC results, been looking at his WDF results, having a little word with people on the Southampton series that he plays on in Fareham as well, what he's been doing. I've enjoyed watching him today. Deserved better than 2 points.
James Richardson played every possible leg today.
He'll be disappointed. He could end the day up on 4 points. The type of player who could still bounce back tomorrow and win 5 out of 5.
And finally, we have touched on this. Of course, Thomas Banks had his own struggles to get through. Is today a day of progress for him, do you feel?
I think it's just a time for him to reevaluate where he's at right now. And I'd like to say I'm here for him. I feel like I'm throwing every dart with him right now.
65.
I know what it's like to be doing what he's doing.
Well, James Richardson's kind of throwing the darts at him in this one. And this time he's the one that's got a little bit of breathing space in the leg as he looks to level.
41. James, you require 32. Game shot on his second leg. James Richardson.
And he does go level.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. $58.
So good start there from Banks. But James Richardson taking that crucial second leg. But I just think he's in that period of transition right now. I mean, it looks nice, but that's not his throw. That's not the throw I'm associating with him. The pace is different. But if I didn't know different, if I hadn't been looking at him and been watching him over the past couple of years, you'd think the sound foundation on a world to build that throw. Just probably, you can see the little bit of movement there. You just have a look at the nose on the letter S. It's going back, it's going forward.
57.
On the third one, he's reaching the late release. When you stop believing that you can hit a target, that's when the game gets different.
100.
Just saw a really pronounced movement on James Richardson's last dart as well there. I was watching his head after you mentioned the letter S.
40.
Didn't pass it all with the first 2 darts, but on the last dart he really did lurch forward.
And as a coach, you want every dart to be the same,
30.
but lots and lots of players walk on that last dart.
42.
Well, big game for both players. It's about pretty much whether or not they stay in contention, and I didn't think we'd be saying that about James Richardson at this point on a Thursday
83.
afternoon.
I think he's a realist. You know, them 4-3s can be so... I think he'd be disappointed that we played in those last leg deciders.
108.
Get in there, Thomas.
James, you require
Super stuff.
128.
Oh. Some wonderful finish in the past half hour. The 1-8's very
74.
tricky.
Thomas, you require 24.
So 2-1 lead, staying on throw.
Thomas Banks.
Well, he's playing at the same level as James Richardson here. It's around the 80 mark. This is
Fourth
encouraging
flag, it's
for Thomas
James to
Banks.
throw first.
You know, this is a player, Thomas Banks, who's having that delay when he was throwing the dart.
108.
It's almost like he's learning on the job.
And
when you put yourself in a good position, the last thing you want to hear is the 180 star from your opponent. I've been
42.
very impressed with the way that James Richardson's often bounced back. Every potential game could be 4-3s today.
60.
It was him, of course, who was involved in that absolute belter with Conan Whitehead. 8 180s in that match.
85.
The 9-dart leg will go down as one of the most monumental legs in Super Series history.
45.
We've never seen before at the Live Lounge both players be on 4 or 9-darter after they've both thrown 6 darts.
100.
He doesn't look tired whatsoever, does he? He's still using, and you know, you can see the focus and the determination. And
36. James,
no
you
sign
require
of
116.
him wilting. But one thing that is looking good, of leveling this game up at 2-2.
56.
I lived himself 60.
35. James, you require 60.
Which he duly
It's on
takes
the
out
fourth flag.
to
James
square it up
Richardson.
at 2 apiece.
I think James might come tomorrow and just say, can we just start at 3-3?
Fifth
Let's just
flag,
play a
it's
one-leg
Thomas to
decider.
throw first. 93.
Thomas is definitely looking more comfortable.
85. 94. 60. 140.
Under the circumstances, and he could bookend his day with a win in his first game and last game.
44. 57.
I would say he needs a maximum, but if the second one goes, you may see him go down with a bull with the last.
140.
And that's the reason why a 25 would have left the finish. So it's at least 6 starts for Thomas. Not a great start It was in his hands, but that last dart still makes him a big favourite to go one away.
$60. Thomas, you require 52. $42. James, you require 112.
Richardson with the opportunity here to pick his pocket and wrestle the lead in this tie. Needs a treble 20. Gets it. For a dart at double 16.
94. Thomas, you require 10.
Straight for it. Straight in.
Thomas Banks.
Are we about to see another 4-3 game involving James Richardson, or is Thomas Banks going to win this match 4-2 and he moves to 4 points?
Well, he knows where the camera is, and the camera knew where he was.
86.
I never had a chance to look at the camera because you had to win a leg, didn't you?
96.
Nice to see him smiling anyway, as we approach the end of what I'm sure has been a really difficult week for Thomas Banks.
100.
Will be fourth in the table if he wins this, and still in with an outside chance. 4 points behind the top two, Cole and Turner. I can't see personally anyone making up a 6-point deficit, so
53.
defeat here for either player you would expect would be the writing on the wall.
It has been one of those groups so that anything can happen. Big chance here for Banks. He hit a 140 in the previous leg at this stage. This time doesn't find a treble. So Richardson 6 darts and 197.
$87. $39. James, you require 110.
Yeah, good decision there.
70. Thomas, you require 155.
Such a great marker there. I was saying the 155 today. It's not to beat. And for 65. The 5th game running, James Richardson
40.
needs tops to go the distance again. He has played every single leg of darts possible today. And that double 10 means he has gone the distance one more time. But it's Thomas Banks with a dart. Big leg for both.
Final leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
If he wins this last leg, come the end of the day, he will have won as many legs as both Jared Cole and Aaron Turner. Yet he'll find himself 4 points adrift. If he loses, he'll have won as many as Conan Whitehead and just one fewer than that pair, and will find himself 6 points adrift. Remarkable. You'd have to say bad luck for James Richardson.
81.
I would love to know his average for the penultimate leg and the average for the final leg, because once again he's wayward and all over the place.
26.
And after 6 starts, he's still in the 400s. You can see him fighting with himself. He knows.
56.
Thomas Banks is looking to bookend his day with victories. Of course, beat Steve Plumstead in his first game. Lost the following 3, but leaving the venue with a victory, I think, would leave him with a lovely, sweet feeling tonight.
$134.
I wasn't so sure after Monday what he should do. He's made the decision to stay and fight it out.
83.
And it's looking like the right
Thomas
decision, because Thomas Banks is 90 points away. Sensible play with his opponent on 2-5-1. He'll be back for another day.
41.
$49 then.
95.
For a
Thomas,
hard-fought victory
49.
to end on a high. Well, he could do it on double 11. Oh, close. And in, and it is Thomas Banks.
Thomas Banks,
who wins the final game, probably condemning James Richardson to missing out on finals night on Saturday. Thomas Banks, while his faint hopes are still alive, however, that win will mean much more than anything on this week's agenda. He won his first game, he's won his last game. Positive signs after a difficult week, a second win of what has been a remarkable day all round. And myself and Glenn Durrant will summarise it all at the other side of this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. What a wonderful day we have had here in Group C at the Super Series, and we've still got another session to come this evening. They're the final 6 results. The most significant one, probably the 4-3 victory of Thomas Banks over James Richardson. That means that James Richardson ends the day on just 2 points, despite going to a last leg decider in every single one of his matches. Steve Plumstead only got win as well. It was a brilliant performance to get it. Thomas Banks with his best day of what's been a difficult week so far. 2 wins for him. Conan Whitehead on 6 points. He hit a 9-dart finish earlier today, but it's Aaron Turner and Jared Cole who are top of the table on 8 points apiece. And I am delighted to say that Jared Cole has joined myself and Glenn Durrant for a chat in the studio. Jared, good day's work. How would you sum it up?
In basic terms, I feel like I did the basics right. For the first time this week, it felt like things were going my way rather than the other way. There was a few moments which I would love to take back, but in general, really happy with how I played today. So,
Glenn, you've been doing the summing up in the commentary books. Would you agree with Jared's assessment there?
I mean, I did sort of critique. I did say he's got that Rolls-Royce throw, which I just love to see. I love to watch him play. I tried to be fair in my assessment that he is a player who should be winning weeks. This is such a difficult week, but he's got absolutely everything in the armoury there. He's such a wonderful player that I've been thinking, how does he now get to his next level? You know, they're the kind of questions that you've been getting to there. Is it a mental thing? Is it just going to click one day? But he was a joy to watch today, and the foundation of that was that wonderful throw that he has.
Jared, you've got the call on Sunday night, didn't you, to play this week? Obviously, it's not ideal to have little preparation, but do you feel now that the 3 days you've had have kind of got you ready for this group?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was my birthday on the Saturday last week, so nice to have a little break away from what is normal around the dart scene and just sort of take the little bit of pressure off myself. And then coming home on Sunday, I was at my family's in Hertfordshire, so yeah, I was coming home on the Sunday evening, got the call. I was like, of course I want to play. I love dart, so I want to be here as much as I can. So ultimately, getting the opportunity, I was really happy. And Group A itself maybe didn't go to plan, but in general, I'm really happy with how I performed at times.
And that was off the back of that Six Nations success as well. Do you feel that that's kind of given you peak confidence into this campaign?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I really enjoyed that event because it's something a little bit different to what I'm used to. Love being part of a team and also representing my country is a big honour. Obviously, can't wait to play in South Korea now. But in general, my game's a bit hit and miss, and it was really confident at the time, so really happy.
Glenn, what's Jared need to do now tomorrow to make sure he sees it through?
Stay nice and professional, which I don't doubt. I think he's got that. If he has a lapse, then he has to have a mechanism which he deals with. Like I said, he's everything I like, and we use the analogies a lot today of when he played for England. Every time he stepped up on that one-leg situation in the Six Nations, which is so difficult, the pressure playing in Wales, I just fancied him every time. The view, the throw that we could see, I could see was in tip-top shape. A lot of the actions, a lot of the throws that we could see from Wales, you could see the side on view. And I was saying before he got picked to come here this week, is that where's the next phase for Jared? He has got absolutely everything. And just hearing him talking positive there, because when I walked in, he was like, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And sometimes I could grab hold of him and say, no, you know, you've got to start talking and bigging yourself up a little bit more. He's a super player and a win this week, because if I'd have got the call up for Sunday, I'd have looked at the groups of this week and said, no, thank you. So he's in the mix. He's got a big opportunity. He's the favourite to qualify, and he's cemented that.
And the other thing you've done, of course, is you won your week last time. You played, made it Champions Week. So everything is in your favour at the moment in terms of recent form. But in terms of today, was there a moment, a match that you feel was particularly significant, particularly pleasing?
I think to get my A level out at some point, obviously in the Group A, it came in patches and it had a few moments where it was good. But I had a good game against Steve where I think I averaged 101, was it? But obviously it's just replicating what I know I can do, because the good legs are really good, and it's just a case of doing it every time. And ultimately, in moments it came today. I'm hoping towards the end of the week it will come that way, and hopefully we qualify tomorrow and on Saturday it comes as I want it to.
Glenn, let's just come away from Jared for a moment, and there's only one place to start really. Conan Whitehead hit a 9-dart finish earlier today. Really, really fitting that he should have a perfect leg, but what a leg to do it in.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, just so reminiscent. And James Richardson, who's ended up on the day on 2 points, played his part. It was probably the best moment in the comms box I've had at the Modus Super Series. I think this Group C has just been magnificent from start to finish. This was where the quality was at. We were getting excited at this point. The realisation was kicking in that James was on for the 9-darter here. Then with Conan, we talked about if that first dart goes, that quirky long dart. Now we're sitting on the edge of our seats at this point. I called James Richardson's first dart, which is a big slice into the 5, and I thought maybe the moment's gone. And just, you talked about the fact that he's done everything here, Conan Whitehead, apart from the 9-darter, and you called this in beautifully. The first one went in, we sat up, we were getting excited, and it was a roar in the comms box, and apparently Jared was saying, you know, the applause from backstage, because that's the type of guy that Conan Whitehead is, and it was just a spectacular moment, and one I won't forget.
Yeah, tell us, did you all sort of stop practicing and start watching, and what was the atmosphere like in there?
Well, the first 180 we sort of went, everyone can do that. Yeah, no, that's pretty normal, I suppose. And then the second one went in, and we were like, oh, hang on a minute, this is becoming a bit intense in here. And then third one goes in, which is James, and we're like, he's on 9 here we go. And then Conan follows, we're like, right, everyone stop practicing, let's look at the TV. And then James missed, we're like, oh no, moment's gone. And then Conan hits it, that room literally lifted, like the roof lifted off that place. It was unreal. But obviously, everyone was so delighted for him. Ultimately, Conan's a good guy, he's done a lot in this room. So it's nice to see him get the pinnacle in darts.
Yeah, well, he's now the last person to a 9-dart finish, but you were before. Here is a list of all 18 9-dart finishers at the Super Series, of which Jared Cole has 2, Conor Heenan has 3, so a target for you there, Jared, to try and match him. But Glenn, I mean, there's some massive moments on that list. Steve West did it against Luke Littler. Daryl Pilgrim did it on that day when he was breaking records left, right and centre. Fallon Sherrick, the first female player to hit one in front of the TV cameras as well. And Mason Whitlock hit one, almost got a second as well. But there was just something special about that Conan Whitehead 9-dart.
Yeah, there was. And I think you've answered that beautifully well, because Conor Heenan is the guy that's, you know, because of what he did early doors. I think the Pilgrim afternoon was reminiscent of today. There was just that hour that Daryl Pilgrim was doing crazy things on there. But this Group C today had those moments. But the fact it was Conan, our Series 1 winner, the only thing he hadn't done on that stage, his opponent's gone 180 with him. It was you're going to think of like the greatest 9-darter at Modus Super Series, and of course you're going to be thinking of that last one, you know. But when you see the likes of Fallon and whatever, but Conan was right up there. It was great.
But it's Aaron Turner who's joined Jared at the top of the table. Throughout the day he was kind of steady, wasn't he, Aaron Turner? But he became spectacular as the day went on. We saw some brilliant stuff from him. Sorry, Jared, for the clip we've chosen there.
No bias.
He has, and I mean, he smashed Jared Cole at County recently as well. So it was no surprise to see him beat him there. But joking aside, he's probably gone away thinking, how did I get the 8 points there? He started really slowly, but he showed that grit and that fight, and he'll be super relaxed tonight. He'll come back. He's in a wonderful position. Has a big opening game tomorrow as well. Good guy. Been talking to Laura pretty much. She's hasn't been able to watch everything today as well, so it's been great chatting with her as well. He's added to the mix as well, and tomorrow's going to be fascinating.
Jared, I haven't warned you about this, but I'm going to ask you to become pundit for a moment. Steve Plumstead, a guy that you'll know reasonably well, he's played decent stuff today, hasn't he? And I'm sure you were expecting him to.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's local to the area as well, so it didn't surprise me to see him put in a performance like he did against Conan, chucking 100 average. It's not like it's unusual for him, but ultimately maybe consistency was the big issue, but he did himself proud. He should be really proud of himself. I'm just lucky I got him on his off game. But
when we look at the table, Glenn, do you think that the players that are stuck on 2 points are out of it in most realities?
Yeah, because the players at the top are too good. You know, I look at the big three hitters there. I mean, Thomas Banks was so brave today. Delighted to see him on 4 points. But I think it's 2 from 3 at the top there. You know, Conan, Aaron and Jared in a wonderful position. I felt if anyone was going to come through the pack, it would have been James Richardson, but that was a difficult defeat at the end. 2 from 3 at the top.
Played every leg today. Provisionally then going through Jared Cole and Aaron Turner, but work to do tomorrow, of course. Rhys Robinson is already through. He won Group A earlier in the week, and we'll be back this evening from 10 with another exciting group. Daryl Fitton in action, along with Jimmy Vansky, who came in from Group A, could have won Group A himself. Chaz Barstow joins him. Bo Greaves, the standout name of the week, the favourite to win the week before a dart was thrown, and some bloke called Durrant. Fortunately, Glenn, it's not you in that group, it's your nephew.
Yeah, played 8, lost 8, so he's got nothing to lose there. He does come for the first time to the Modus Super Series in that he has expectation. But that's such a difficult group. I can't wait to see Bo Greaves. Jimmy Vansky, I'm a huge fan of. Bring it on.
Be honest, Jared, when you did get asked the question on Sunday night, did you look at the week and go, hang on a minute, this is not exactly what I want to be going into?
It could have been a little bit easier. I knew this group was going to be hard, and I knew the whole week was going to be hard. I looked at Group A for a start, and I went, if I win a couple of games, I've done quite well, ultimately. And then I looked further into the week, and I was like, you know what? If I'm being honest with myself, there's no reason why I can't win this, but ultimately I'm going to have to do it the hard way. And I said that before it even started. I've beaten some big scalps already in Group A. I've had a good day today, but this week's only just beginning. It's going to be very, very good on Saturday.
And Glenn, there's always going to be a lot of excitement about a player like Bo Greaves appearing here.
And Group B, you know, playing on the night, she showed before that she's so almost impossible to beat when she wants to be. She's the star of the show tonight. I mean, she is the most incredible player. I think she has the best throw in the world of darts. I love it. And for someone who's had problems with dartitis as well, she is a real superstar. And with Jimmy Vansky, Daryl Fitton, I mean, it's going to be mega. And don't forget Championship Chaz as well, back on in his England. It's going to be a wonderful night of darts.
It certainly is. Jared, final word to you. What's the plan now between today and tomorrow?
Well, I'm going home, ultimately. I don't live too far from here now, so I live in Hedge End, just bought a house, which has been dramatic, let's say that much. But yeah, just rest up, basically. Try and take it as easy as possible, and hopefully come in tomorrow and do the job again.
There might be a big check waiting you on Saturday night. I'm sure that'd help at the moment.
I mean, yeah, it would do a new door.
Well played today. Good luck tomorrow. Glenn, we'll see you this evening. And plenty coming up on the Modus Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. Right after the live action today, James Richardson is going to tell us about his life and career in a tungsten talk. And then before Bo Greaves takes to the stage, she is going to do the same thing. That's at 9:30 p.m. this evening before Bo takes to the stage from 10 p.m. tonight when Group B gets underway, and it is finals night, same time every week, Saturday night. Reece Robinson's there already, 7:30 here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. And look, if anything, if tonight is like this afternoon, then it is going to be electric. We've had a 9-darter, but at the moment, Jared Cole sits top of the castle.
To secure her first Super Series win.
Again, over to the right side. This is a Stephen Bolton area of the board. What a dart from Bo Greaves.
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Greaves!
It's history for Bo Greaves.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator,